Silence. Dark. Cold. And then life. Life. Life everywhere. Diverse. Rich. It is the blue heart of our planet. Our past. Our present. Our future. Our very survival. But our heart's health is at stake because of us. Warmer seas, ocean acidification, coastal erosion, rising sea levels, pollution, loss of ecosystems and species, unsustainable fishing, illegal activities. Our heart is broken, but it is still beating. Action and commitments are our ocean's only lifeline. Together, we can and will ensure that our ocean stays safe, secure, clean, and healthy for all of us. Today, more than ever, we will take care
We'd like to invite the Manager Operations, Thalatha Ranasinghe, to please also join us in lighting the oil lamp. Thank you very much. Can I invite the following dignitaries to please join us at the head table? Our chief guest, the Honorable Dr. Nalat Kogodeheva, the Secretary of the Ministry of Urban Development and Housing, Mr. Sirinimal Pereira, the Secretary, Ministry of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, Mrs. R.M.I. Ratnayaka. We also would like to invite the Chairperson of the Marine Environment Protection Authority, Mrs. Darshini Lahandapura, the General Manager of MEPA, Dr. Tony Pradeep Kumara, the Executive Director of Lanka Trust, Mrs. Vasitha Vijayanaika, and our keynote speaker, Professor Ajit Dialvis, Professor of Chemical Engineering, Dean of the Faculty of Graduate Studies of the University of Moratuwa, to please join us at the head table. Thank you to our delegates and for being with us here this morning. How many of you are very passionate about ocean protection? Can I see a raise of hands? We love the ocean, isn't it? Okay, the rest of you don't like the ocean. Right. How many of you use plastic for the past 3 days? Can I see a raise of hands? Yep. So we are all responsible. We are also part of this pollution strategy, but I think being Earth Day, it will be sensible if we try to take our first step by avoiding today plastic as well. It's a way of showing our love and support to the ocean as well as to the planet. Ladies and gentlemen, with our concept of ocean-based solutions and policy framework for enhanced climate action and blue economy, Sri Lanka is currently witnessing an accelerated progress in the development and in the country's present development activities, where we strongly involve ourselves in marine environment. And a matter of urgency, the Marine Environment Protection Authority being mandated by the authority to prevent, control, and manage marine pollution, takes initiative to preserve its marine resources and biodiversity. This symposium aims to bring together experts from around the country to discuss complex issues of marine flora and fauna, sensitive marine ecosystems, shipping and marine pollution, fisheries, aquaculture, and marine environment and related legislations, including the local and global trends to harness the expertise that will help preserve and support sustainable development of the marine environment of the country. This symposium this year also intends to bring local, regional scientists, researchers and policymakers, as well as non-governmental organizations and environmental journalists to share their experience and dialogues on the way forward so that we can mitigate and share the impact of human activities that are vulnerable and sensitive to marine environment. To contribute to the enhancing evidence-based actions and policies through research, the Marine Environment Protection Authority, in collaboration with Lanka Trust, is very honored to have you all with us here at the 6th National Symposium on Marine Environment. Ladies and gentlemen, to formally welcome you all this evening, I have the real pleasure of inviting a gentleman who is very passionate about the ocean, who has been instrumental in supporting as well. Please welcome the General Manager of the Marine Environment Protection Authority, Dr. P.B. Tony Pradeep Kumara. Your applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Sharon. A very good morning to all of you, and a very happy Earth Day. The chief guest of this event, Dr. Nalat Kogodeheva, State Minister of Urban Development, Coast Conservation, Waste Disposal and Community Cleanliness. Mr. Sirinimal Pereira, Secretary, State Ministry of Urban Development, Chairperson, Darshini Lahandapura, Marine Environment Protection Authority. Our keynote speaker, Professor Ajit Dialvis, Senior Professor of University of Moratuwa. At the same time, he is the Dean of Faculty of Graduate Studies, University of Moratuwa. Ms. Vasitha Vijayanaika, Executive Director, Lanka Trust. ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here on this podium. At the onset of this occasion, the 6th National Symposium on Marine Environment, organized by Marine Environment Protection Authority. You know, in Sri Lanka, MEPA, or Marine Environment Protection Authority, is the sole agent who is responsible for the protection of our ocean to the extent of, to the edge of our exclusive economic zone. That's about 200 nautical miles, but in kilometers is 370 kilometers. That's from the surface. But from the bottom, our jurisdiction extends to the bottom of the sea. That's about 3,500 meters. So although we are a small agency, the area comes under our jurisdiction is very high. So we are privileged to be the guardian of the whole ocean, the Sri Lankan waters that we are having as a resource. So today is a World Earth Day. So we were fortunate to organize this event on the same day because this event originally planned to held in 2020, but because of COVID, we had to postpone that. But today, we organized this as a 2021 and 2020 and 2021 event. But because of the COVID, we had to follow all the health instructions. Therefore, we had to constrain our participants to a number of 100. But at previous occasions, we had generally the participation of over 350. So, MEPA, as the agency, we are mainly working on 9 pillars, 9 policies. Out of that, awareness is one of them. So we are responsible to sensitize Sri Lankans. We are responsible to aware Sri Lankans about the importance of ocean. So what are the threats we are causing on the ocean, at the same time how we protect the ocean to find the prosperity through ocean means. At the same time, we have put another step forward than awareness. Now we have thought to go for as information seekers. So this event, that's why we organized this event as the 6th National Symposium, to find the latest information about the ocean and spread those ideas with the Sri Lankans, at the same time all the ocean, with all ocean lovers, about new findings, new data, new research we have done within last 1 year time. So therefore we are very much happy to organize this event, and we are very much happy to have you all to this event. So according to my target today, my main task is to welcome you all. As a new ministry, we learned a lot under a different ministry. First thing is that, what I learned is that if you plan something, it means you have done half of your job. I got this idea from our present minister. Sir, it's a we are very much privileged to have you here today as our minister. Dr. Nalak Godahewa, the State Minister of Urban Development, Coast Conservation, Waste Disposal and Community Cleanliness. Actually, you brought a new vision for us. I am a scientist, I'm a manager, but beyond that, you open new doors to see about the environment, how to go for the new horizons, at the same time to gain maximum efficiency from our activities. So, sir, very much privileged to have you here today. Ms. Sirinimal Pereira, our secretary, again, sir, I'm still remember our first day, I met you at the ministry, and you gave the task. You taught us how to work, how to perform on the punctuality. So work on time. So those are the things we learned from you, at the same time, how to be more efficient. So sir, we are very much privileged to have you here today with us to share our experience, to share our colors, what you have done within last year regarding the ocean environment, and especially the new knowledge we found through our young and eminent scientists. Thirdly, let me welcome our chairperson, Darshini Lahandapura. She was with us from the very first day. She knew everything from the top to bottom, how this happened, this symposium happened. Anyway, madam, let me welcome you warmly as a member of MEPA family. At the same time, our keynote speaker, Dr. Professor Ajit Jalvis. Sir, you were very instrumental during the New Diamond ship incident case. You were our team leader. At the same time, you were very much supportive to MEPA. At the same time, you are very much supportive to the whole country when we tackle with New Diamond ship issue. You are very much welcome to this event, sir. At the same time, our co-sponsor, Slide Can Trust Executive Director, Wasita Vijayanayaka, welcome, madam, to this event. At the same time, I have a huge, august audience in front of me. I feel so tiny when I see these high-profile people, but I can't tell you your names separately. But in front of me, we have additional secretaries, we have chairmen, we have director generals, we have general managers, directors, academics, including professors, we have naval officers, seafarers, scientists, managers, policymakers, teachers, colleagues, and we have our MEPA and ministry friends. So I really warmly welcome all of you for this event. So I hope this event will be a very fruitful day. So during the deliberations, new information, new theories will be introduced here. Those will be confronted, debated. At the end, we will come to concessions, agreements that will use for the country's benefit in years to come. So with that, that's why we organized this event. So I warmly welcome all of you, including our dignitaries at the head table for this event. I wish you all a very good, fruitful day and pleasant day with us. And we hope that all of you will be stay with MEPA for years to come, helping MEPA and guiding MEPA for a better destinations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tony Pradeep Kumara, the General Manager of MEPA. Ladies and gentlemen, Slide Can Trust, collaborating this year at the 6th National Symposium with MEPA, is a non-profit think tank, and it has been registered as a legal entity in the form of a trust since 2016, since 2019 as a guaranteed limited company. Now, they are very much involved in climate change, adaptation and resilience, but we'd like to know of their interest towards the 6th National Symposium. I have the real pleasure of inviting the Executive Director of Slide Can Trust. Please join me in giving a round of applause to Ms. Wasita Vijayanayaka.
Thank you for that introduction. Good morning, Honorable Minister Dr. Nalaka Godaheva and all the distinguished guests. Slide Can Trust is privileged to be part of the 6th Symposium on Marine Environment, focusing on ocean-based solutions and policy frameworks for enhanced climate action and blue economy. We are extremely happy that it focuses on climate change as well as nature-based and ocean-based solutions. A quick correction, we are not sponsors, so I just wanted to add that. We are conducting these activities in collaboration with MEPA as part of the activities we do on climate change as well as marine and ecosystem conservation. So Slide Can Trust being a non-profit think tank, we understand the importance of research and the importance of research which is evidence-based, which contribute to enhancing and building resilience at the ground level, as well as participatory and inclusive policies and processes at national and international level. So we have seen the growth of this symposium over the years, and previously we've contributed through research presented at the symposium and have been always impressed how well this is organized and how it contributes to different dimensions of the work on marine environment, as well as multidisciplinary aspects that relate to development as well as conservation efforts in Sri Lanka. Additionally, we also recognize the importance of blue economy for development of the country and also in achieving sustainable development, especially the multi-stakeholder and multi-actor processes that would be involved. That's very important, and I think this symposium is an example of how this happens, because we see a lot of actors in the room, including the government, but also private sector, academia, civil society organizations who are actively participating here. So thank you very much for this aspect as well. So the collaboration of SLICAN Trust to this symposium is, as I mentioned, part of the work that we do with MEPA under our new MOU. We've been working with them for years, and we've established this formally since early 2021. Yes, 2020, I believe. But it feels so long, sorry, look at the years also. So as also part of our project activities on participatory nationally determined contributions for a climate-just response in a COVID-19 world, which focuses on the commitments on climate action. And this is funded by the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, as well as the work that we do on ecosystem and marine environment conservation and waste management, and awareness creation, which is part of the work that we do with MEPA and which is supported by the Mitsubishi Corporation. I'm very grateful that we are able to contribute to this national process, and we look forward to engaging in the work that happens today and beyond, and also look forward to the launch of the marine and environment, marine coastal pollution related forum that we'll be launching today as well. So thank you very much, and I will pass the mic to the beautiful lady here. Thank you.
Thank you, SLICAN Trust. We're really honored to have you on board. And yes, that was Ms. Wasita Wijayanaka, Executive Director of SLICAN Trust. Ladies and gentlemen, the Marine Environment Protection Authority, the apex body established by the government of Sri Lanka under the Marine Pollution Prevention Act of number 35 of 2008, has the sole responsibility to prevent, control and manage the pollution of Sri Lanka marine environment. Now this year, with the focus on ocean-based solutions as well as policy frameworks, it's important that we outline the objectives of the symposium. Therefore, I have the real pleasure of inviting Ms. Darshini Lahandapura, or the chairperson of the Marine Environment Protection Authority, to outline us the main objective of the 6th symposium. Your applause, ladies and gentlemen, to the chairperson.
Thank you. Good morning. Our chief guest today, Honorable Dr. Nalaka Godeheva, State Minister for Urban Development, Coast Conservation, Waste Management and Community Cleanliness, Mr. Sirinimal Pereira, the Secretary to the Ministry of Urban Development and Housing, and also our keynote speaker today, Professor Ajit Alvis, the Senior Professor at the University of Moratul, Mrs. Wasita Wijayanaka, the Executive Director of SLICAN Trust, the General Manager, MEPA, Dr. Tony Pradeep Kumara, and all the other dignitaries here present today. So let me, at the outset, let me express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you who are present here today, despite your busy schedules, to join with us for 6th Annual Symposium of MEPA. MEPA, as you all know already, is the apex body established by the Government of Sri Lanka under the Marine Pollution Prevention Act number 35 of 2008, with a mandate to prevent, control and manage the pollution of Sri Lanka's coastal and marine environment. The marine environment, the marine area that we own, is nearly 517,000 square kilometers, which is 8 times larger than our land area, and the coastal area of 1,700 kilometers around the country. This total area, both coastal and marine environments, are very pristine, active and live, with its diverse habitats, resources and biodiversity. We are also blessed to occupy a very strategic location in the Indian Ocean sea lanes. Hence, our country has been attracting the interest of major powers in the world. So basically, even though we are blessed with our geographical location and with our pristine and live, high diverse coastal and marine environment, there are many pressures, threats, and our coastal and marine environments are under immense pressure. Oil spills, spread of invasive alien species through ballast water, fouling organisms from ship hulls, dumping of ship waste, bunkering, and the industry related to ship repairing are the main environmental threats related to ship repair, related to the navigation of ships. Then oil transported in tankers in the exclusive economic zone of Sri Lanka, high density of marine traffic, mainly in the east-west shipping route connecting industrial centers in the Far East and the West, the offshore petroleum terminals, expansion and development of ports, and the exploration of oil within our EEZ of Sri Lanka are potential risk factors associated with oil spills and other pollutant discharges that are prevalent in our marine environment. And then excessive uses of agrochemicals and fertilizer due to agricultural expansions, industrialization, urbanization, leading to release a lot of industrial effluents, increased loads of domestic waste, including polythene and plastic, and sewage dumped into rivers have caused river pollution and has placed unintentional pressures on coastal and marine environment. It is estimated that over 60% of the industrial units and nearly 70% of tourist hotels are located within the coastal region. Most of these establishments do not have adequate waste management facilities, mainly due to cost factor. And then we have fisheries harbors and anchorages and beach landing sites, which are also potential sources of coastal and marine pollution. So I cited some of the critical issues that we are facing today are basically coastal and marine environments that contribute to global warming and climate changing impacts. So this has been growing throughout past decades. These challenges have required MEPA to update our strategies and policies to suit to the current context. That is why MEPA is organizing this academic exercise annually to get ourselves updated with facts and figures, best available practices, and modern scientific knowledge. Even though there is no difference of threats posed to the coastal and marine environments outside there in the global context, ocean and oceanic resources are given more prominence for its ecological as well as economic contributions. As we all are well aware, the ocean is the dominant feature of our planet and is the largest ecosystem in the world, covering more than 72% of Earth's surface and responsible for generating oxygen that we breathe. It is not only the forest. And also, it can sequester up to 5 times more carbon than tropical forest. And also, ocean is responsible for providing food, jobs, and recreation for large portion of the world population. Hence, the ocean has become the significant drivers of economic activities. It is responsible for nearly 80% of the global trade. The contribution of the ocean to the economy is estimated roughly $1.5 trillion annually. So while much attention is focused on the problems that ocean faces, the ocean is also a source of potential solution and innovation. Ocean-based climate actions, such as ocean-based renewable energy, ocean-based transportation, coastal and marine ecosystems, fisheries and aquaculture, and carbon storage in the seabed, has potential to close the emission gap, mitigating climate change impacts. So sustainably developing ocean and economic growth for development while maintaining the ocean health can be defined a new era of economic opportunity for ocean-facing countries. This was first raised at the 2012 Rio +20 conference, identifying the concepts of the blue economy and the need to simulate blue growth, particularly for the island nations and developing countries with significant coastlines and marine areas. And it is said that just as the green economy and the green growth was once on the frontier of the development planning and investment. It is maritime-based equivalent. Blue economy has captured the attention of the governments, policymakers and NGOs, etc. So identifying the potential for Sri Lanka to go for blue economy, the manifesto of His Excellency, the President, Mr. Gotabaya Rajapaksa, Vistas for Prosperity and Splendour, which was adopted afterwards as the government policy, has clearly stated this, that under the Chapter 8, which talks about the sustainable environment management, stated that ocean resources will be utilized in a sustainable manner under the concept of a blue-green economy. So the commitment from the highest level of the government is very clear. And also we, MEPA, are very fortunate to be under one of the highly influential state ministries under the leadership of Honorable Dr. Nalaka Godeheva, who guides us always, and under one of the cabinet ministries under Honorable Prime Minister. And also we are very fortunate to have our very able and taskmaster, the Secretary, Mr. Sirinimal Pereira, who always continuously follow up and gives us the guidance. So basically with these privileges that we have, MEPA actually we have within past 14 months, we were able to deliver a lot of things during the past. So basically, you all know, during the New Diamond incident, we were able to manage the oil spill with the support of all the stakeholders, and we were able to reimburse nearly 442 million Sri Lankan rupees, which actually spent out of the from the government institutions. And also we were able to file a criminal action against the master of the vessel because we identified that he had not acted in due diligence, and we were able to find him and charge him for 12 million Sri Lankan rupees. And as the last part, we were able to finalize the environmental pollution, environmental damages caused from the oil spill, and we have submitted the full and complete detailed report to the Honorable AG for his advice. And our very keynote speaker, Professor Ajit Yalvis, was the team leader for that. And also MEPA. We are partnered with International Maritime Organization and their projects, namely Glow Fouling Project, Glow Litter, Green Voyage, and also we are partnered with Commonwealth Marine Litter Program, and we were able to get down as a donation a fully fledged microplastic laboratory. And Honorable Minister, during the pandemic time, we were able to provide the service to 1,265 numbers of ships to collect their waste and manage it. And also we were able to put up 48 strainers blocking trashes coming to the ocean. And also we were able to restore 250 square meters of coral reef in Trincomalee area, and also 1.5 acres of mangroves in Mana, Kilinochchi and Jaffna areas. So these are some of the key significant outcomes of MEPA during the past period. And also one of the important things that we did very recently was we were able to give KPIs to all our staff, Honorable Minister. We have up to the level of the field assistant, we have given them all KPIs, and also we conducted 3 regional conferences with our own employees, and we educated them about the SDGs, what is in Vistas for prosperity, and what is their role and how to deliver it. So we did it with that, and also we got their feedback, and we asked them to give us their feedback doing a SWOT. So basically, I think we have done it, and the foundation is laid. We are fortunate to be in this ministry, and also we have educated our employees. So it is it is high time for us to deliver very fast. So basically, we have a lot of plans for today. I don't take much time of yours explaining the plans. We have plans, basically SDG 14 plus and blue economy would be our main focuses this year, other than the recurrent events that we are doing. So basically, now that these are the activities that we have taken within this period of time. So we have laid the foundation, and now what we want from this forum, from these eminent professionals, to assist us, to guide us, to teach us the new innovations, technologies, mechanisms, the management practices, best available technologies, the best communication skills, because this is actually connected with the public, sustainable waste management tools, etc. And also, more importantly, improvements to our legal systems, policy framework towards blue economy. So with that, I would like to conclude my speech, and I would like to congratulate all presenters who present their papers at this symposium to have a successful session throughout these 2 days. And finally, I wish the outcomes of this symposium would help MEPA to plan its next few years action plans to reap benefits of the blue economy and to take Sri Lanka into the next level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for outlining the objectives. I'm sure everyone is excited to know the views and the highlights as well at the symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, the State Ministry of Urban Development, the Coast Conservation, Waste Disposal and Community Cleanliness have had a massive task over last year, and now we want to hear the message by the Secretary, Mr. Sirinimal Pereira, who will take a minute to address you. Please put your hands together for the Secretary of State Ministry of Urban Development, Coast Conservation, Waste Disposal and Community Cleanliness, Mr. Sirinimal Pereira.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and wish you all the best for the new year also. My State Minister, Honorable Dr. Nalaka Godeheva, Chairman MEPA, Darshani Latpandura, and General Manager Tiny, and eminent guests, happy birthday to Mehikata Day. Before I speak anything, I would like to continue my speech with the speech given by Chairman MEPA. She said, we are fortunate to be with this ministry. I say, yes, of course you are fortunate, because the reason when myself and my Honorable Minister assumed duties as the Honorable Minister of State and the Secretary, we got the list of duties. We have 21 institutions under our Cabinet Ministry and the State Ministry. I was going through one by one. Then I came to know the MEPA. I was wondering what it is, what they have done. Why I have not heard about this one before very clearly. I talked to my minister also. He said, Nimal, we are lucky that His Excellency has gazetted MEPA under our ministry. We could do a lot of things under this organization, which nobody has done during the last 5 years. I think more than me, officials of the MEPA will know what they have done during the 2015 to 2019. It's not my job to talk about what they did. But we started in August. As usual, we have arranged all the institutions to review their progress once a month, chairing the Honorable Minister, and we go by each and everything. And first, we were interested about their financial aspects and that their quarterly plans, what they are planning to do. When MEPA came, they gave a lot of things to do. These are plans and chairman and GM telling, next quarter we are going to do that. That is, they came in September, if my mobile is correct. And lot of things we came to know. Fortunately, this is the difference I am telling everywhere. When a top professional in the ministry, as the minister, these things are very easy for the secretary also to continue. He had a plan more than the chairman. He was telling me, we'll start with this. Unfortunately, I look at the allocation of money. Even though the book says the allocated, even yesterday she was complaining at the review meeting, they didn't get the allocation which has been not what they requested, what we promised also. This is the treatment MEPA got. Very unfortunate, but we never gave up. We were doing lot of work. I wrote to each and every hotels and started on the beach cleaning as our first priority project. They did very well. In the meantime, they had to face the new diamond ship oil field. The way the MEPA tackled that problem, myself and my Honorable Minister, we were very happy. She never gave up. General Manager never gave up. Whole night they have been working and trying to show what sort of organization is MEPA and how important it is to the country. Such an important organization, how we have neglected during the last 4 or 5 years. What they have done, we were trying to compare. When they gave their work, what they are planning to do for the next quarter, I was surprised because we have not very much familiar with the organization, what they have done during that time. But they turned around this organization. With the limited resource, they did unlimited things. They didn't have enough transport because nobody took any interest to look after this organization other than my minister. Minister didn't give up. He arranged a special marketing team to get funds from the various other sources. And Chairperson Kimali also helped us a lot to this organization with the intervention of my ministry. I think equivalent to chairman and the management of the board of directors, I have to give credit to my Honorable Minister. Thank you, sir. What you did for this organization. Even I came to know a lot of things through you because you have been guiding. The way you have been guiding, I never knew was such a talent that you were the minister has all these things, each and every subject. So my special thanks goes to Honorable Minister and the Chairperson and the General Manager and the other staff also. So I think other than this, I don't have much to say. Chairman already expressed the concern, so I will give my fullest support. I can't give 100%, but I will give 200% support to your organization, Darshani, because I know you are in the correct path with the guidance of the Honorable Minister and your staff. So I will wish 6th National Symposium on Marine Environment all the best. And please continue with this, with the ideas and the papers coming from all the great eminence, so we can do more work this quarter also. I think we have already finalized the date to evaluate the next performance meeting July 10th for the second quarter. That day I will tell more things about this organization to you, how you have fared. Thanks very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. And now we have the address by our chief guest, the Honorable Dr. Nalaka Godaheva, State Minister of Urban Development, Coast Conservation, Waste Disposal and Community Cleanliness. Your applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Very good morning. Secretary to our Ministry, Mr. Sirnimal Pereira, Professor Ajit Alvis, who is the keynote speaker today, Chairman MEPA, Mrs. Darshini Lahadapura, Director General, Dr. Tony Pereira, Mrs. Vasita Vijayanaka, Executive Director, Second Trust, Mrs. Kimali Fernando, our friend, Chairperson, SLTDA, and there are a lot of academics here. I may mention few names: Professor Sarat Kotagama, Professor Devaka Veerakon, Professor Ruchira Kumartunga, Professor Mahesh Javira, Professor Kataputta, Professor Anand Malikavadanta, Professor Himali Ranasinghe, and I may have missed names of many others. All the dignitaries, thank you very much for participating at this very important event. First of all, I would like to congratulate MEPA and the other organizations for organizing this 6th Symposium of Marine Environment. At the beginning, the announcer asked whether you are passionate about the ocean. I think all of us do. And I don't have to teach anything to you about the importance of ocean. This is a very important ecosystem. And all of you are here because you understand that and you care for that. So like my secretary, Mr. Sirnimal Pereira, I like to focus a little bit about this organization and what we intend to do in my speech rather than trying to teach you about ocean protection. I think Mr. Sirnimal Pereira very correctly mentioned that this organization, MEPA, did not have much of support, perhaps, from the government until now. Probably the importance was never understood. I was reading a book which was on my table, Sat Samudara. In that it was stated the problems that marine environment is facing, and in that list, very interestingly, I saw as one problem, one key problem, that the politicians don't understand this and do not pay much attention. So Chairperson and Director General and all the people who are passionate about ocean protection, marine environmental protection, I will give you the assurance, at least now, you will have the fullest attention and support of the politicians and the government. That we will assure you. But when it comes to environmental protection, something that I strongly believe is that this should not be confined to the government. Sometimes we get it wrong that many things we expect the government to do. In environmental protection, we want the government to do. That is why we always bash the government about environment. But it has to be the responsibility of all of us. Protecting environment for the future generation should be the responsibility of the current generation. Yes, governments have a very important role to play, but everybody must play a part in it. So therefore, I have told MEPA, don't worry about government funding and government support. There's a large number of people out there who are passionate about this field, who will be willing to come forward and support, seek their support, encourage them to get involved, and they'll do the job. So we started by appointing a committee on marketing and public relations for MEPA. Why marketing and public relations? Because we believe, first of all, we must educate the general public of the importance of your field. But it is if the general public is aware of the importance, and if they are all passionate about marine environment like you and I do, they will stop the pollution. They will come and help protect in this. So we need to educate the general public. So we appointed a committee, and now I can see one member, Mrs. Kimali Fernando, chairperson of Sri Lanka Tourism, and there were several others, key people holding very senior positions in the government sector as well as the private sector. They have helped a lot during the last several months, MEPA with funding, with advice, and a lot of other things. I invite all of you to do the same. We can discuss, we can come up with ideas, but the ideas are not implemented. There's no purpose. So therefore, having a symposium is not good enough. what we do thereafter can't be somebody else's responsibility. It has to be a collective responsibility of all of us. So therefore I invite all the participants to work closely with MEPA to implement the good ideas that you come out with. I need to say a few things in Sinhala also. මොකද මේ සාගරය කියන දේ අයිති අපේ රටේ සියලුම ජනතාවට, මේක මහ ජනතාවට අයිති. ඒ නිසා මේ සාගර සම්පත් රැක ගැනීම කියන එක සමස්ත ජනතාවගේම වගකීම් වන්නට ඕනේ. අද අපේ රටේ පමණක් නෙවෙයි මුළු ලෝකේ පුරාම මේ සාගර සම්පත් අවදානමට ලක් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ මිනිසාගෙන්මයි. ඒතකොට මිනිසා මේවා ගැන අවධානයෙන් නොසිටීම නිසා මේවා දූෂණයට ලක් වෙලා අගතියටපත් වෙලා විනාශයටපත් වෙලා අපේ අනාගත පරම්පරාවට මේවා නැතිවීමේ තර්ජනයක් ඇති වෙලා තිබෙනවා. අපේ රටට සාගරය ඉතාමත්ම වැදගත්. මොකද අපිට අයිති මුහුදු භූමිය, මුහුදු කලාපය ලංකාවේ භූමිය වගේ 8 ගුණයක්. ඒතකොට ලංකාවේ භූමියෙන් අපි අපේ රටේ වර්තමාන පරම්පරාව වගේම අනාගත පරම්පරාව වෙනුවෙන් ප්‍රයෝජන ගන්නකොට අපි සාගරය ගැනත් ඒ විදිහට බලන්න ඕනේ. සාගරයෙන් අපි ප්‍රයෝජන ගන්නකොට අපිට අනාගත පරම්පරාව මතක කරන්න බෑ. මොකද මේක අයිති සමස්ත මානව ප්‍රජාවටම. අතීතයේ හිටියා වගේම වර්තමානයේ ඉන්න වගේම අනාගතයේ ඉන්න මානව ප්‍රජාවට මේ සියලු සම්පත් අයිති. ඒ නිසා තමයි අපි මේ සාගර සම්පත් ආරක්ෂණය සඳහා විශාල අවධානයක් යොමු කරලා තියෙන්නේ. විශේෂයෙන් මේ සඳහා වෙනම ආයතනයක්, වෙනම නීති පද්ධතියක් තියෙන්නේ. නැත්නම් කෙසේ වෙතත් මේ සම්පත් ආරක්ෂා කර ගැනීම සඳහා අපි ආරාධනා කරනවා මේ රටින් සියලුම පුරවැසියන්ට සහභාගී වෙන්න කියලා. අද අපේ වෙරළ තීරය ප්ලාස්ටික් අපද්‍රව්‍ය වලින් අපවිත්‍ර වෙලා. අපේ වෙරළ තීරයට එන මේ ප්ලාස්ටික් අපද්‍රව්‍ය එන්නේ කොහෙන්ද? මේ වෙරළට එන මිනිස්සු දාන අපද්‍රව්‍ය නෙවෙයි. වෙරළට නැත් අපද්‍රව්‍ය දානවා. නැත්නම් බහුතරය 70කට වඩා එන රට ඇතුලේ ඉඳලා. ගංගා ඇලදොලවල් ගලාගෙන එන කුණු කසල ප්ලාස්ටික් අපද්‍රව්‍ය මේවෙන් තමයි මේ වෙරළ තීරය අපිරිසුදු වෙන්නේ. එමෙන්න අපිට ඒක වළක්වා ගන්නට නම් අපි වෙරළ සුද්ධ පවිත්‍ර කරලා විතරක් මදි. අපි මේ ගංගා ඇලදොලවල් වලට මේ අපද්‍රව්‍ය දාන ජනතාව දැනුවත් කරන්න ඕනේ. මේක නිසා වෙන හානිය ගැන දැනුවත් කරාම මම විශ්වාස කරනවා. අපි හරියට ඒක කරොත් ජනතාව මේක නතර කරાવી, මේක අඩු කරાવી. මොකද ජනතාව පරිසරයට ආදරය කරනවා. ඒ නිසා තමයි හැමෝම පරිසරය ගැන කතා කරන්නේ. හැබැයි සමහරට ඒගොල්ලෝ දන්නේ ඕන් නොදැනුවත්ව මේ පරිසරයට කරන හානිය. ඒ නිසා අපි පුළුවන් තරම් උත්සාහ කරන්න ඕනේ. අපි සමස්ත ජනතාවම මේ ගැන දැනුවත් කරගන්න ඕන. සියලු දෙනාම මේ සඳහා එකතු කරගන්නට. පහුගිය කාලේ සාගර සම්පත් පරීක්ෂණ සුරක්ෂා කිරීමේ අධිකාරිය විසින් ඉතාමත් හොඳ වැඩපිළිවෙළ රාශියක් ක්‍රියාත්මක කළා තියෙනවා. පෞද්ගලික අංශයත් මහ ජනතාව සම්බන්ධ කරගෙන මේ වෙරළ පිරිසුදු කරන්න, ගංගා ඇල්දොල පිරිසුදු කරන්න විශාල වැඩ කොටසක් කරලා තියෙනවා. ඒ වගේම මේ සාගරයේ තියෙන සම්පත් වලින් අපි කොහොමද අනාගත පරපුරටත් ඒවා ඉතුරු කරලා ප්‍රයෝජන ගන්න කියන එක ගැන විශාල වශයෙන් අපිට අධ්‍යයනය කරන්න තියෙනවා. ඒ අධ්‍යයනය කිරීම සඳහා අපි ඒ ක්ෂේත්‍රවල විශේෂඥයෝ සහභාගී කරගන්න ඕනේ. අද මේ සම්බන්ධරේ වගේ විශේෂඥයෝ රාශියක් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා ඉන්නවා. ඒ සියලු දෙනාගේම සහාය ඇතුව අපි මේ සම්පත ආරක්ෂා කරගමු. අපි සම්පතෙන් සංවර්ධනයට ප්‍රයෝජන ගන්නා ගමන්ම අනාගත පරම්පරාවන්ට ගණනාවකට සතවර්ෂ ගණනාවකට මේ සම්පත ඉතුරු කරන විදියට සැලසුම් සාගතව මේ සංවර්ධන කටයුතු කරමු කියන එක මම මතක් කරනවා. So ladies and gentlemen, once again thank you very much for your presence. Thank you very much for your passion. Thank you very much for your support. Let us all get together and protect our marine environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words and encouragement and support also to continue in this endeavor. We've come to a very important junction now, ladies and gentlemen, and that is the launch of the Coastal and Marine and Waste Management Forum. We have the real pleasure of inviting our chief guests to officially join us here and click the button as we launch the 6th National Symposium. Can I also invite the members of the head table to please join us around in keeping with the COVID regulations. Can I invite our photojournalists to please join us here for this photo opportunity. Thank you very much, sir. And now we've come to one of the most important topics for today.
Sorry. Just to add to this, so this launch, if someone can please show the, yes. So this is an invitation from Marine Environment Protection Authority and us for everyone to join the forum who's working on waste management in the marine sector. So you could go to this and click on the join button and give your information, and MEPA will get in touch with you so that they can follow up on the activities of the forum. So please make note of this and kindly give your information if you're interested to engage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, we now have the keynote address by Professor Ajit Dialvis. He holds a Master of Business Administration at the Postgraduate Institute of Management, University of Sri Jayewardenepura, a degree of Doctor of Philosophy, Department of Chemical Engineering, University of Cambridge, UK, a BSc Honours Engineer on Honours degree from the University of Moratuwa, Sri Lanka, and amongst many awards and accolades, he also holds the 1991 Duckworth Maxwell Prize for the Best Chemical Engineering PhD thesis from the Department of Chemical Engineering, University of Cambridge. He also won the Outstanding Research Performances in the period of 1985 to 1998, a 15-year award at the University of Moratuwa Research Award, and then he has also won the Environmental Achievement Award, the Contribution to Promote Pollution Prevention and Solid Waste Management, the USA-EP Partnership Program, and also for outstanding research performances from 1998 to 2017 at the University of Moratuwa Research Awards. He's also won the NRC Merit Award, and when it comes to the employment history, we are honored to bring you that he's the Assistant Lecturer in Chemical and Process Engineering. He's a Senior Lecturer in Chemical and Process Engineering, and from the year 2012 to December 1st to date, he's the Senior Professor in Chemical and Process Engineering at the University of Moratuwa. To deliver the keynote address at the 6th Symposium here, ladies and gentlemen, I give you Professor Ajit Dialvis.
Hi, Bhuvan. Very good morning. First of all, Dr. Nalaka Godeheva, the State Minister, Chairperson, and General Manager, members on the head table, and also dear friends and colleagues who are here. I just want to stress, just to start off with, today's a unique day. It's the Earth Day, April 22nd. And we are also living in a very interesting decade. 2021 to 2030, we'll see so many things. And in that particular transformation, if we do not act, we will have huge problems. That's for certain. So it's also the decade of ocean science and for sustainable development, as the UN has come up with. And also the period that we have to deliver on the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, not just SDG 14. And all that responsibility is within us so that no one is left behind. But we must also understand we are living in a very interesting, if not problematic, due to the virus and experiencing a global pandemic. It's almost a black swan event, once in a lifetime situation perhaps. So we are in the midst of that. But also unprecedented in the same last year, we also consider in the artificial intelligence, it was a bright year last year, 2020, right? So we are coming into and we are heading towards, also in this particular period, we expected the machine to surpass the brain.
So all those things are happening around us. And are we to just stand by and just be observers? Or as Sri Lanka, we do want to come into the center stage and contribute, because there's so much. And it's in that context I thought I'll take up the invitation on the blue economy. Something we should not forget is that when you saw the ship Ever Given, a gust of wind and a dust storm, and the ship just swung. It's a massive container ship, we know that. But what's so interesting was once the Lloyds came up and said that the economic value of the flow on the Suez Canal for the day, because ships started piling, was about 9.6 billion US dollars. That was the Lloyd's estimate for the day. For the day's activity, that's about the 20% of the global trade, 70% what we see from the ship side, but that's what's happening, and it's about 9.6 billion. But something to think about that is our export income is about $10 billion plus. So our economy at this stage is at almost like one day's flow in Suez. That's the number that tells us it's not a good thing. Certainly, we need to do lots more. And we need to take on doing differently. And blue economy, yes, it gives us an opportunity. So there's something, this event triggered in my mind was this. And something we need to think, because we are looking at passionately how do we transform this economy? How do we contribute from science, but more so with engineering? And getting to that, the parties working together we need, and that is needed at the blue economy. So with that, let me thank for the invitation, for the chairperson and the MEPA and Dr. Turney. But unfortunately, we have taken a person who cannot swim, let alone dive, to address you on this one. You see the ocean, I have to look at the pictures that comes from somebody else who is taking the initiative. But the point is, from a process engineering point of view, we understand the enormous opportunity that what we can gain from this resource. But of course, in a manner that we are responsible for the future, so in a sustainable manner. When the original words of the blue economy, it was not exactly, it was making use of the ocean as a resource. And we know in the early classical economics, we were looking at getting material. I mean, as long as the resource is there, we were also thinking the resources are unlimited potential. Now we know that's not true. So it has to change. So we are looking at, like the Mauritius declaration that has come with the blue economy, we understand we have to do that in a sustainable manner. Yes, we do have to understand the value of ensuring that we exploit the resource in a way, in a very responsible way. So thank you for that. So let me look at the blue economy for Sri Lanka, the potential for blue economy of Sri Lanka. And I just want to touch on the value-added side, not just the numbers on in the general activities that we think of. And probably that's where we should, because we are looking at the knowledge economy. And we have actually accepted the concept that Sri Lanka will be driven in that direction, right? So it's important we think with this. So 1770s on these numbers are really related to, you probably get it very straight away, that's maybe the coastal line, the amount that we have, number may be a little changed, but then the economic zone. We know we have 8 times more, that economic zone is more 8 times than the land area. So it's potentially a huge area that we can work on. But do we really understand the potential? And that's the point. And you need to be focused. The countries that developed, countries that transform themselves, kind of plan with a decade in mind. So we have the past experience from, if you take from Taiwan to Singapore to any other, that the 10 years, a decade is something to invest. With a purpose and passion, you need to invest a decade to get this transformation. So it has to be with that mindset, right? So we may have different definitions, but the blue economy definition comes with this, the making use of the sea. And we may have different names, the coastal economy, the marine economy, and so on. But the blue economy is the word that we use today. and it sends a message. But while we are understanding the value, we know the drivers of degradation are significant. Now that's something we all as Sri Lankans need to understand and be responsible. Because the resource will have no value if these actions that we are engaged in accelerates. And we see that happening. And some of the things are beyond us. But again, we need to understand them and ensure that we factor them into the decision making so we know what's going on. We should understand the reality. We cannot disregard what's happening. And those things should be factored into the planning process. So we will be affected by the warming. We know a certain temperature rise of the ocean will get in the vapors, and we know that once the humidity is up, the other weather patterns kicked in, and so the problems that we may face, right? And we know the effects of acidification and so on. So all these things we are facing, we need to understand. But some of these things are well within us.
Silence.
To act on and to ensure that they just do not happen.
Dark.
So we need to factor the kinetics
Cold.
of these changes that are taking place, which have negative effect.
And then
But more so then activate responsibility on realizing the values that's contained within. And we most certainly probably, this can be where we really can use seriously. So we see this. We see these issues. Also we have been branded with this, and sometimes we use Sri Lanka as the 5th largest plastic polluter in the world. We know for sure this is wrong. We know for very well that this is wrong. The Science magazine carried a wrong value, and it's strange that it escapes peer review. If we have been generating 5.1 kilograms of solid waste per day, we know that we are not just 5th in the world, we are actually the 1st in the world in terms of the solid waste generators. So it's very strange. One of the best science journals in the world, second almost, missed this in peer review. But unfortunately, the paper is giving us the publicity. So if you look at the recently trending The Plastic Ocean documentary on Netflix, it started with whale watching, but shows the plastic fluxum that's going on. And forgets the whales but concerns the plastic and shows Sri Lanka again as a 5th. Anyway, we should understand that once you look around, you see the pollution. So we are polluting. So it's not a case of fighting this error, but it's a case of correcting this aspect of pollution. But let me look at the value. That's what we should be driving. So we have to have an economic value. We should have a plan that let's go for like 5% GDP on this. The blue economy should contribute and harness the science, harness the technology, harness the resources that we have, and all the institutional resources to go in that way. So that's very important, right? We have the certain economic actions like fishing, the coastal tourism, the aquaculture and yachting, and these have been factored into the export strategy and so on. These are there. These values are there. But we don't come together probably in this zone and say, look, this is how the blue economic segment is going to kick in. At one point, we came up with this virtual institute to capture all this activity, maybe something for me to think about. But the point is, there's much, much more value. And that's probably where we should be heading to. Like the marine mineral prospecting, right? And I'll get an example. And the blue biotechnology and the seabed mining. Maybe the last one that should be tapped there, the seabed mining, but for the moment, because India has factored in clathrates. We have not mapped our clathrates deposits on the seabed. That means instead of getting natural gas, we have methane on the sea floor. And we know when you see the Indian maps, there should be clathrates here as well, right? So this is potentially, and the Japanese are now having programs to get the clathrates up, to get the methane up, right? So these are options. We should not think current situation, this is too rich for us to think. This is wishful thinking. No, I don't think so. We should be thinking in this direction. And then the ocean renewable energy. We have now 400 megawatts coming up. We have already 100 megawatts on the Mana wind farms. And then you can talk of the offshore wind, right? And then also we can see the floating solar, as we have seen in Japan. the environment is open for such action. And these are possibilities. And of course, the marine aquatic protection, I just want to touch on because that's a huge manufacturing opportunity that we have. So when you say even with algae, that we know that so much of opportunity, it's not just concern one. I mean, if you take the cosmetics, the beauty industry, it's about $800 billion economy globally. And if somebody is purchasing collagen and using, we know the cost of that one. It's in thousands that we're talking about Sri Lankan rupees for a small sample, right? So there's a lot of, and then we have companies that are like using RH collagen in organ, this is what we call now in organ printing. It's a decent material. And we have companies that are, Sri Lanka can take some of these things if we just identify ourselves that this manufacturing, this use of science in moving the needle for the economy, if you factor that into the decision, it's possible. And we should see that. Because we always take the fish oil, we may say the fish oil, but we know the fish doesn't produce the omega-3. It's the kelps and the stuff that produces the stuff, right? So fish actually act as bioaccumulation and the deposit. But we see the fish oil as the fish oil and we talk about this fantastic omega-3. But we have this material, right? It's there. So from food to the agriculture, the animal health, to everything, there's so much of economic opportunity that we have not. But we also know in the universities that this research is going on. I mean, we have the pioneering faculty at Runa, and we have seen so much at the outside. I'll take on some of us as well. Just to give an example. So we must not forget, taking across, when you see the Pulmude science and the knowledge that we have today, what you really need is a little bit of extra effort and passion. And let's transform this ourselves, right? I remember the days when we said in 2011, we demonstrated that we should go for this for value added. Not just for the sending mineral sands, just clean sands to the outside. But if we get into the titanium dioxide, those days we were just pushing for that. We said if you get nano titanium dioxide, the value addition is 500 times. 500 times. If you take titanium dioxide as a pigment, it's about 40 times, right? So we were talking about this type of, I mean, like huge value additions we were talking. And it went down to the pilot plant stage. But what we need is today, come 2020, what is interesting is Sri Lanka has the university research and nanotechnology has actually captured intellectual property on not only titanium dioxide, getting titanium, which is a huge value addition. So you see the pyramid here, right? So if you have the intellectual property, you know intellectual property is, if you take the United States economy, it's 30% of the United States economy, which is $1 trillion+ economy, comes from intellectual property. Not tangible, but intangible. So 2011 to 2020 difference with the mineral blue economy, I mean with this resource today is, today we have even intellectual property. So it's time to exploit in that way, not stick to the commodity level of operations where we just clean the sand and send the sand. So that's not the way it should be. So that science should be utilized. So this opportunity is there. This is with the HE. This is from the mineral strategy. I took that page off because today it's a much more stronger possibility that we have in Sri Lanka. So the pyramid is well known. So likewise, for each of these, what has happened so far, this knowledge can be built in. And the knowledge is around. What you need is getting them together. It's like the forum that was just launched. But for the manufacturing, where you can derive the economic benefit out of the blue, the ocean. So you can see the ratios. So we are still at the moment operating at the base of the pyramid. And that means we don't derive any value. Even we look at the prawn farming, the aquaculture, the things. We know the way had the white spot disease, but we have not put in a lot of sciences into that. We are not using biotechnology has gone in. Remember this situation, right? So there are significant waste that happen, but that is, of course, we don't eat the part of it. But with nanotechnology, I do believe that it's maybe more interesting that we actually may value more the shell. Now remember, these are about, we're talking about 50-70% in such a time, just putting some figures, but you have huge tonnages that comes. There was a time in Sri Lanka, we spent money to dump the waste onto the ocean. We were paying boats and taking the waste out because we were not able to keep the waste on the land. But there was also a time, we have read, we have sold these things for like few dollars because the chitin production and chitosan production and so on. And today the knowledge is much more and we know the value. So I almost see prawns are of less value than the shell. And that's in the context of biotechnology and nanotechnology. And again, the research has happened here. It's just a matter of getting it across, but you need that commitment to do. So even it's not just for textiles or the nanomaterial per se, but also for drugs. Like if you take the glucosamine, which will be on the arthritis and so on, it comes from this process. I mean, it's one of the base materials, right? You take through a few processes and do that. So what we lack is process thinking. And the blue economy kicks in with an economic value if you add the process to that knowledge. And that's something we need to take, right? So similarly, I do remember we had this situation where there was a good public-private partnership. The NARA and the NACDA came up with the initial seaweed given to like the Haleys and so on, and even the UNDP came in for this development. And this was on Capaphyta, I think, one variety of seaweed that was done. But unfortunately, it was stopped at the point of employment generation and a social factor. We missed the taking up to the next level of like carrageenan and so on. And if you go into that level, you're talking about opening up in the food industry, which is a simple industry, about 200 items that will be available. And it was just few process steps down. But the value addition is significant. But we stopped at that, and unfortunately today that program has also stopped. It's not happening. But it was a solid public-private partnership. So I'll skip the energy parts and so on, right? Because which are the opportunities that we have and moving forward. But again, just to give another interesting recent find from an Australian research, which is from Tim Flannery, who's a famous climate scientist who is now with the University of Melbourne, right? It's very interesting, adding red seaweed. People have been trying to get the methane out of the stomach of the cattle because we know the global greenhouse contribution from that. And you have been looking at different types of animal feeds to reduce the methane emission from the cattle. But interestingly, now they have found something like adding red seaweed for about 5 months into the diet of the cattle. There's about 80% reduction in the methane. That's a very, very, very interesting information. But when you study seaweed, and I think we come up with even longevity and so many other interesting stuff, because it says that Darwin was watching the coral and this very dynamic ecosystem. He was just a little going into the coast, and then, but he turned around and saw this barren land, and he was asking how much of this diversity in this coral area, whereas few hundred yards up on the land, it's a barren land. And it says that triggered him the final part of the evolution thinking and cementing that pathway, right? So it's very interesting what the sea has to offer. And that means the knowledge being sought. And we must work on this knowledge, and we must translate what's happening in the university. I know at Peradeniya we've worked on drugs for like wound healing, from diabetes wound healing, from the seaweeds and so on. I mean, you can, I think, couple from many, many areas what the research has happened. But economy, to gain, you need to translate that into the production. So this is what didn't happen, it's about few process steps, and we have scenarios like companies now outside doing. But in Sri Lanka at the moment, we extract the material and bring and run the cosmetic industry here, right? We bring the material from outside. The real value addition doesn't happen here. And we should have all the options. We have hardly probably studied all the varieties that we have. So similarly, you can think of all these functional stuff in that seaweed can bring. And then, of course, going down to the microalgae, we know these are very good, photosynthetic, high efficiency, and so on. And that's what we talked about. The oxygen comes from there, right? And this is a collection that we have at CPE, at Moratua, and you're working on, again, on a functional food, right? And this is using this, this particular microalgae that I've just circled there, or put a rectangle, right? And having this collection, but then what is interesting at this moment is how much it costs for the genomics and so on, and then to identify. But so research needs some money. But then the point is, if you take for this, mathematical modeling on this has happened. So the what is interesting is, if you take astaxanthin, it's coming from this particular microalgae, you're talking about $2,000 per kilogram. And at the moment, majority of the stuff is the synthetic ones, which is USD administration has still not approved. So the natural one is really costly, right? And you can see the potential. And also the opportunities of even you go into connecting Norachole power station emissions to the growth of these things. This is what another blue economy definition of Gunther Pran, right, on the Zero Emission Research Institute. Right, he has got these 100 innovations and what is called 10 million jobs, and creating an economic jump using this type of innovation. And this is a case of using carbon dioxide that's coming out from the exhaust emissions and growing algae and stuff like that. And this is a Mexican example he was demonstrating. So, which is quite feasible. And again, this type of experiment has been demonstrated for Sri Lanka as well. A couple of years down the line, we were looking at this for Norachole, and how do you look at giving this in bioreactors, vertical reactors, right? So these opportunities exist, and you need to work with some passion. I'm sure Professor Kumaratunga Ruchira would be happy to see this, to get coming from Kumaratunga Munidasa, the nation which does not create new things will not arise. That is something we must have. We must put in innovation into the economy. The current problem, and that problem has been there, is because we were not adding innovation. We were trying to do the Me Too approaches in most of the things. And Me Too is not really deliver well. It cannot deliver excessively. The innovation is the one that can do the jump, exponential input. Unfortunately, we have been on Me Too. So the element that I want to stress is to complete is we need this paradigm shift of using a resource-based economics. Sometimes our economy seems to read the old books that using, they say, okay, now today is not the resource-based era, we are on to knowledge-based era. But the point is, what if we combine the two? It's like having seaweeds on one side and also knowing the lipids that they take, we can use for the biofuels and so on. And these are the best biofuel generators. Third generation biofuels comes from the microalgae and so on. We know the amount of lipids is much more higher than, percentages higher than the other. Of course, there is a challenge of harvesting. That's what challenges are for, right? The government coming together for this jump that we need. We should not settle down for less. We should not be happy with a general cash flow that gets over the, a problem for the today and tomorrow. But more so think of, can we transform? Because the potential for transformation exists. It's there. And that's what we should not forget. And now we see the Ministry of Finance has done this, has floated for the biotechnology. And what is very interesting is today the nanotechnology and the biotechnology sits together in one place. So we have probably the first Sri Lankan Silicon Valley coming up, right? Plus the Trace City combination. So the Sri Lanka Institute of Nanotechnology and the Sri Lanka Institute of Biotechnology, and the Innovation Park is about to start with biotechnology, and that is where the biopharma and so on is going to happen. So one thing is needed is this coming together of this triple helix model, and then having what we say as roadmaps. Have roadmaps for national innovation programs. And the government has just started the National Innovation Agency. It's sad the media is not picking up some of those things, right? National Innovation Program, like have it, and this is something we put in, the need, the solution, and the science, technology, innovation, intervention. That is the very specific one that's important to transform the problem to the solution, but really add value. And then the benefits at the time frame. And with that, like prawn farming, if you take the Indonesia, it's about blue economy is kicking in with the 20% of the GDP. And it's a $1 trillion economy, right, for Indonesia. It's 20%. US is about 1.8%, I think, right? So it's interesting. So the point anyway is there's so much of potential in the blue economy. And for Sri Lanka, it's where our resources are, because that's 8 times the more area. And you see, that's have so much opportunity. So let me conclude. We must work with this. And this is a more solid way of generating wealth to the nation, because we look at the research that's going on, and at the moment the research that we do at universities stays on the shelves, and we get the students going out, we lose them, right? And the research is lost. And one can factor in so many examples for even the blue side. And then capture with intellectual property, because once you capture with intellectual property, you don't need the production taking place. The factory is not needed all the time, because we can use that intangible assets. And that is something that even the central bank should look at, because our accounting practices, we don't put intangible assets in our national accounting framework. So it's important that we put in, because that's the way to get the best out of the resource that we have. So in last, I'll just want to comment World Wildlife Fund, which said that if the oceans were a country, it would have the 7th largest economy in the world. Now Sri Lanka, we sits on 8 times our land area as space that is dedicated to us, or that is available to us. What is needed is knowledge to be synthesized with the resource, and the purpose and the passion to translate that into action, the knowledge that we're having. So with that I will conclude, but yes, the potential for blue economy is very high, but as always, potentials are as potentials unless we have action. So that's something that needs to happen. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that fantastic presentation and also sharing us new insights as well. Thank you to our chief guest for joining us here this morning. It's been a real pleasure. We understand that today being Earth Day, he has had a number of invitations and a number of events to attend. However, he has accepted our invitation to be with us here this morning. So thank you very much, Honorable Sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the conclusion of today's inauguration of the 6th National Symposium of the Marine Environment. To propose the vote of thanks, I'd like to invite the Deputy General Manager, Marine Environment Protection Authority, Mr. Jagat Gunasekara.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. State Minister Honorable Dr. Nalaka Godahewa, State Ministry of Urban Development, Coast Conservation, Waste Disposal and Community Cleanliness, Mr. Sirinimal Pereira, Secretary, Ministry of Urban Development and Housing, and Mrs. Darshani Lahandapura, Chairperson, Marine Environment Protection Authority, Professor Ajit Dialvis, Keynote Speaker, Dean, Faculty of Graduate Studies, University of Moratuwa, Mrs. Yosita Vijayanayaka, Executive Director, Slykan Trust, and Dr. Attorney Pradeep Kumara, General Manager, MEPA. Respected professors and all
schedule has outlined raise this occasion. And Honorable Minister, your speech made due emphasis on the importance of this symposium has been the foundation and will serve as an inspiration for all. Sirinimal Pereira, Secretary to the Ministry of Urban Development and Housing, for his gracious and his ever available support to organize this important event. I wish to express our sincere gratitude to our keynote speaker, Professor Ajit Dialvis, today for his presence. Thank you, sir, for your very thoughtful
provoking and interesting address Drew clearly shows us the potential of blue economy development of Sri Lanka. Also, I take this opportunity to thank all senior officers of Ministry of Urban Development and Housing, and we are honored by presence of several eminent professors here: Professor Sarath Kotagama, Professor Ruchira Kumaratunga, Professor Devaka Veerakon, Professor Hemanthi Ranasinghe, Professor Katupatha, Professor Champa Amarasiri. I extend sincere thanks all of you for accepting our invitation to participate this event and participation today. I also wish to express our sincere gratitude to all our invitees for their presence here today despite their busy schedule. I take this opportunity to thank all the reviewers and technical committee members for providing their valuable comments in time and help toward the improvement of quality of papers submitted to this symposium. I also would like to thank all authors who submitted their research work to this symposium. Without their contribution, we couldn't make this event successful. I think I may be paying on my duty if I do not mention contribution of media towards success of this symposium. We are grateful to media for participation in this symposium and spreading the message. I would like to thank Mrs. Yosita Vijayanayaka and Flycon Trust team for their valuable support for organizing this event. Without their generous financial support, it would not have been possible to organize this event. Also, I would like to extend sincere thanks to our MEPA team who have done hard work to make this event successful. At this moment, I wish to acknowledge input made by Cinnamon Grand Hotel staff for making wonderful arrangement for the symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to stop here. I once again thank everyone whose contribution made this symposium a success event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And that was the Deputy General Manager, Marine Environment Protection Authority, Mr. Jagat Gunasekara. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the conclusion of the 6th National Symposium, the inauguration ceremony. Can I invite Professor Ajit Dialve, Senior Professor, University of Moratuwa, together with the Chairman, Darshini Lahandapura, and the General Manager of MEPA, Dr. Turney Pradeep Kumar, to please join us in front. To our keynote speaker, we have a special memento for your presentation conducted and also for your contribution to the marine environment. So, sir, can we invite you here in front together with the chairman and the general manager, as there is a memento to be presented. Can I also invite Mrs. Kimali Fernando to please join the presentation as well, as she's the advisory to the committee who's been instrumental to be a part of this event as well. Can we have the memento? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your fantastic presentation and key research being shared here at the 6th National Symposium on Marine Environment inauguration ceremony. Thank you very much to your dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where we conclude the inauguration ceremony of the 6th National Symposium on Marine Environment. The time now is 11:20. We will give you 15 minutes of refreshment time, and thereafter we will kick on the symposium. Thank you for your participation here with us today. Today being Earth Day, we certainly hope that you'll influence and change the community with the message of protecting the marine environment, and also we can start by doing something little by ourselves. Have yourself a wonderful day and all the very best for the symposium. Congratulations.
ID using image-based sea turtle identification for conservation will be presented by CS Munasinghe and GRD Waduge. I would like to invite our presenters. I would also like to bring to your notice, please obey the health guidelines given because sometimes we see we might tend to forget having your masks on time, and while you're walking around, keep the social distancing. We are still not out of the threat, so please be mindful of that. Thank you.
after lunch name relaxation.
Sorry, since Professor Devaka had to leave urgently, you would invite for the to be in the panel Professor Nirmali Pallewatta. Yeah, Professor, thank you.
Can I get the screen? Oh, there. Okay. Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm going to talk about the Sri Lanka Turtle ID project. Started in about 2-3 years back, and the importance of this project is that this is something that most of you can contribute, and I'm going to tell you by the end of this presentation how you can contribute. Before that, I'll briefly tell you about turtles and why it is important to individually identify them. So sea turtles have been here for many million years. And it simply means that they have seen dinosaurs, going extinct, and also they have overcome some serious natural disasters, and also they have overcome and adapted to several predators. But unfortunately nowadays they are facing their serious predator, that is us, and they are struggle to survive on this planet. So we, as humans, we throw away plastic and polythenes into the oceans, and we abandon our fishing nets into the oceans. So these ghost nets, we call them ghost nets, and these ghost nets can actually entangle these sea turtles, and they basically starve and dive. And also once they come for nesting, we people go and collect these their eggs, and then we sell them. So we have 5 species of sea turtles in Sri Lanka. All 5 species are coming to our beaches for nesting. But unfortunately, all these species are considered threatened in the IUCN Red List. 3 species of them are in the vulnerable status, and 1 species is in endangered status, and the other one is critically endangered. And that's why we have to have some knowledge to come up with good conservation management strategies. We should know their population sizes, their movements, and also their migration patterns. And that is why we have started this turtle identification project, so we can fill some gaps in knowledge in population size and also their distribution around our seas, and also their habitat use. Some sea turtles, they use coral reefs, some sea turtles, they use seagrasses, and also their migration patterns around the country and also within the region as well, and also their seasonal habitats. And also this photo identification method is a non-invasive method. It simply means that we do not capture the animals or like in compared to other tagging methods like satellite methods or radio tagging. So we simply take a picture of the sea turtle from a distance, so doing a minimal disturbance to sea turtles. And of course this is cost effective compared to other tagging methods like satellite methods, which costs more than $1,000 US. And also this is a great way to involve citizen scientists. So citizen scientists are general public, those who are willing to help scientific research, though they don't have any scientific knowledge. So this could be simply helping to collect some scientific data and likewise. And also in scientific terms, this can be used as a mark capture recapture method, and there are several papers published using mark capture recapture method using this photo identification method. And this photo identification has been there for several years, and it has been used for some aquatic animals like manta rays. Manta rays being identified using the spot patterns on their bellies, and whale sharks, they've been identified using the spot patterns on their sides. And also when it comes to dolphins and whales, the nicks and notches on their dorsal fins and flukes have been identified, and they could be individually identified. And these are some of the organizations those are doing sea turtle identification using this method. For example, the Marine Service in the Maldives, where I learned about this software and where I went to the Maldivian waters and collected like photographed sea turtles within 3 months. And the advantage of them using the similar or the same software is that in the future, when we have our large database, we can share it and link with their databases because they are using the same software, and see whether our sea turtles have migrated to their territories like Maldives or Bangladesh. So the main objectives of my sea turtle identification project is to create a database of green and hawksbill sea turtles. Those two species are the mostly seen turtles or most commonly recorded sea turtles around the waters of Sri Lanka in coral reefs basically, and also to assess the population sizes. So with time, when we have a lot of data, we can look at the population trends of each species, and also to better understand how they utilize certain habitats. For example, hawksbill turtles, probably they are using coral reefs to eat sponges, and green sea turtles, their adults using seagrass habitats and likewise, and also to identify their feeding grounds and also breeding grounds as well. And also in the long term to identify or study their migratory patterns, and also to educate public about marine sea turtle conservation and also marine conservation. So the method of identifying sea turtles is like it is a scientifically proven method for tagging. And also these individual sea turtles are being identified comparing their facial scales. So these facial scales are unique to each and every individual. It's just like our fingerprints. So this method was developed by Jean and others in 2010. So in this photo identification method, what we do is when we upload a photo to the software, the software is called I3S, we have to manually pick up 3 points on the facial scales of the sea turtle, and then they will identify the other scale pattern on their faces, and they will give a code to each and every individual sea turtle. So we have started this in March 2017, and also we have some photos submitted which were taken in from 2014 as well. So far we have 21 entries, and these photos were submitted by various kinds of people like researchers, marine biologists, dive professionals who work in around our country, and also some guests or tourists who visited our country time to time. And all the sea turtles that we have in our database are females. And also we have about 18 hawksbill sea turtles and 3 green sea turtles. The reason for having more hawksbill sea turtles is most of the photographs that we have in our database are from taken in coral reefs. So basically, most of the times green sea turtles, they tend to the adults tend to live in seagrass meadows, so that's why we have more hawksbill turtle photographs submitted to our database, and we can see that about 6 times more hawksbill photographs are being submitted than green sea turtles. So we have photos submitted from around the country except from the northern part of the country, and our idea is to spread the message about this message and to dive centers, to tourist agents, and those who are conducting dive and snorkeling tours, so they can ask, those who are willing to help can take pictures and submit it to our database. So most of the photographs that we have are from Pigeon Islands National Park, and the 3 green turtles that we recorded are from Mirissa, Polhena, and Sinnapadua. Once you identify, like once you submit a sea turtle picture, if it is a new turtle in our database, you can actually name your sea turtle. So these are some examples of sea turtles in our database, submitted by various researchers, marine archaeologists, and marine biologists, and so on. So if you would like to submit a photo to the sea turtle identification program database, what you can do is when you're out there in the ocean, like when you're snorkeling or diving, if you happen to see a sea turtle, you can take a picture of the sea turtle, the sides of their heads, face. So it's better to take both sides if you can. What we need is a close-up of the facial scales, and if you can take a picture of their, like the from above, their carapace, so that it is more reliable to have more data about a certain individual, and also the date of sighting, or the rough date where you took the picture, and also the location, whether it's Pigeon Islands or somewhere around the country. And also if you can remember if you see some remarks of the sea turtle, like missing chunks of carapace from a predator attack and so on, some attached barnacles or scars on their skins, and likewise some sea turtles, they might be having missing limbs, likewise. So if you can remember those remarks, you can submit those information to us as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Well, actually, I was going to tell, in the interest of time, if we could reduce the presentation time to 10 minutes, but then I think you have really, done it before even asking. So thank you very much for that. So we can, just allow for 1 or 2 questions because we have some time. Well, I would like to invite either from the panel or from the audience, maybe 1 or 2 questions. Would you like to?
Yeah, so in this software, we cannot identify the nesting turtles. Only the turtles within, like in the ocean, in the waters, can be identified. It's actually like the light, the reflection when they are out of the water gives a different result. Like it is difficult to identify using this software when they are out of water. And actually, when they come out of the water, we can use several other reliable methods like, counting and tagging and likewise. It is. Yeah, in rare cases it could happen, but just like our fingerprints, it's unique. And this has been used for other animals like manta rays and other, and also some terrestrial animals. Not the same software, but this photo identification is used for leopard spots and zebra patterns and so on. So it could rarely happen that their facial cues change due to any damage, but still, like most of the times, about more than 90% of times, it's accurate, like individuals having a unique pattern.
Nirmali Palivata, would you like to, ask this question?
Thank you. I was going to ask a similar question. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can I ask?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I was going to ask you about the level of accuracy of this tool because, like you said, it's used for leopards in Sri Lanka as well. And also, you talked about a citizen science program. So how do you measure the impact of your citizen science program? It's one thing to do it, and I congratulate you for doing that. But remember, in the end, we also need to know the effectiveness of what we're doing. Thank you.
Yeah. So the accuracy of this turtle identification is more than 95%, and there are lots of papers, journal publications published based on using this method, this certain photo identification method to identify sea turtles. And about the second question, so when citizen science, the general public, they only submit photographs. So if it is not very clear, or if it is not in the level of identified through the software, they could be like rejected from the software. So only the clear pictures that are being submitted are used for turtle identification. So it's kind of like a lot reliable and accurate.
Thank you very much, Ms. Munesinger, for that very elaborate and novel presentation. So, in fact, citizen science is a very, very novel and participatory method of science. So, in addition to getting the photographs from the citizens, perhaps you could, with your other organization that you're working with, you can have awareness programs as to how to do this. Maybe even you can go a little step further and do some measurements also. Suppose if they get a chance to do some measurements, and perhaps that would add to the reliability of your tool, perhaps.
Yeah.
Just some suggestions for future. Thank you very much for that very elaborate presentation. Let's give her a good hand. So the next presenter would be, the title of the presentation would be Preliminary Study on Microalgae Diversity Along the Barbarian Reef, Beruvada of Sri Lanka during Southeast Monsoon Period. And there are few authors, I'm not very sure who will present.
Actually, they will be presenting over Zoom, so...
okay, right.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you clearly.
Okay,
Please go ahead.
Okay. Good day for the all. I am HNS Vijay Tunga. So now I am going to present my finding on preliminary study on macroalgae diversity along the Barbarian Reef, Beruvada of Sri Lanka during southwest monsoon period. So, first move to the introduction. Coastal zone. What is the coastal zone? Coastal zone is a transition layer between the land and sea. It is highly productive transition ecosystem with rich biodiversity. This zone provides wide array of ecological, commercial and socio-economic aspects for the coastal community. When you consider about Barbarian Reef, it is situated in the southwest coast of Sri Lanka in the Kalkara district. It is a highly productive ecosystem with rich macroalgae diversity. So, normally this reef is used for the academic and scientific purposes. Therefore, this reef named as the living laboratory. It is also used for the local fishermen as well as the tourists for their recreational activities. This reef is highly geomorphological features rich area. Therefore, these geomorphological features create unique habitat for the coastal flora and fauna community. But there are some factors affect for the macroalgae diversity. Normally, overexploitation, pollution, environmental changes, habitat losses. Not only that, monsoon are also important for the role of the macroalgae diversity in these reefs. So, what is the special things of this survey? Normally, we know most abundant coastal biota, intertidal invertebrates and algae represent the lower trophic levels and act as a bioindicator for the reflecting the environmental quality. Therefore, I conducted this research to measure the environmental quality. So, but there are limited studies has been done under the Barbarian Reef. So, prior to the applying and management and conservation measures, biodiversity analysis is required for the respective coastal ecosystem. So, let's move to the objectives. Objectives are to assess and verify the coastal macroalgae diversity and to taxonomically investigate the coastal macroalgae diversity. Let's move to the methodology. First, site selection was done. Normally, here I have measured the latitude and longitude. Next, systematic coded sampling method was used for the sampling. In here, the sampling were taken during the southwest monsoon period. The triplicate samples were taken. Here, line transects were laid parallel to the coastal zone along this reef. The sample taken from five locations between 10-meter intervals. So, 5.5 meter square coded sample was coded were get for this sampling methods. Also, on-site identification was done. The species which could identify were taken and preserved and transported to the laboratory for further analysis. So, these are some pictures of the sampling. So, these are the recommended pictorial guides for the identification of the macroalgae. ABC Tacta, manual for identification of marine macroalgae invertebrates and the phylum Mollusca. So, finally, species richness was calculated as well as the relative density. Let's move to the results and discussion. In here, according to the richness of each phylum, Chlorophyta present about 48%, Rhodophyta present about 31%, and Phaeophyta present about 20%. So, according to species richness, there was no significant difference among these species. So, most abundant families in the division Chlorophyta. Ulvaceae, Colopusia, and Wallonsia are the most abundant families in this division. As well as this is the most abundant identified families in the division Rhodophyta. And Sargassea and Dictyosia was the most abundant identified families in the division Phaeophyta. So, in the phylum Chlorophyta, 13 species were identified. Ulva, Colopa, Chaetomorpha, Halmida, and Colopa species are the some identified species. In the phylum Rhodophyta, 18 species were identified, including Geladium, Hyponia panosa, Deepamosa venais, like that species. With the phylum Pheophyta, 6 species were identified, including Padina, Sargassum, and Turtanaja species. So, due to the shelter and oxygenated water, there can be some macrofauna, Patella, Liprina, Sactostria, Lepas, like that species. In the conclusion, this study focused current status of macroalgae diversity in Barbarian Reef during southwest monsoon period, and detailed investigation of species composition is strongly recommended for throughout the year. So these are the references which I use for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very elaborate presentation. Now we have time for a few questions from the speaker. I guess when they ask, he can hear, no? Ah, okay.
Once you ask from the mic, like they will be
Any volunteers? Okay, then, since there's no questions, in fact, this identification of algae is a very important area of study, because we are talking about blue economy, and we need to, and earlier we heard that the carbon sequestration potential and also the potential for pharmaceutical manufacture. I mean, there's a large potential in algae, which is untapped. So for that, we need to identify the species that we have. So this is really a good step forward. So thank you very much. I'm not very sure who the speaker is, Mr. Wijetunga? Yeah, Mr. Wijetunga?
Yes, hello.
Okay, thank you very much for your very elaborative work. So let's give him a big hand. Okay, so the next speaker, next presentation will be calculating the above ground and below ground carbon stocks of Bentota River estuary mangroves in Sri Lanka. And that would be, there are 3 authors who will be the presenter. What's the name? Prasanna? Yeah, okay, so that will be presented by MGM Prasanna. Over to you.
Okay, my topic is calculating above ground and below ground carbon stocks of Bentota River estuary mangrove in Sri Lanka. I'm Manoj Prasanna from the Ministry of Environment, and this is basic introduction of the mangroves. As you all know, all the mangroves are found in the intertidal areas of the tropical and some subtropical countries. They are salt tolerance, mostly woody plant species found along the lagoons, sheltered bays, and tidal creeks, as well as the estuaries. Mangrove substratum is inundated basically twice a day by high tides. Because of that, they are saline soil and always muddy soil. And these intertidal plant species always shows a different remarkable adaptation to survive in these unfavorable muddy conditions. And all the mangroves colonize in very little area, such as 0.7% of the global coastal zone, but they contribute significantly to the global carbon budgets. And they are fixed great amount of carbon dioxide per unit area than the phytoplanktons in the tropical zone, tropical oceans, as the along the state that the mangroves contribute to 10% of the total net primary production and 25% of the carbon burial in the global coastal zone. So we can show in this graph, you can see that blue carbon and terrestrial carbon, how they can deposit carbons in the ecosystem. So as I told, the mangroves can store large amount of carbon in that ecosystems. When we consider Sri Lanka, we have very limited mangrove area along the coastal zone. The extent of mangroves in Sri Lanka is 15,670 hectares according to the 2010 forestry data. It is as a percentage of the land area is 0.23, very minute, very little area of the mangroves we had. In this compare with the total forest area at 0.8. So this is our mangrove distribution. You can see the discontinuous distribution around the country. And we have very thin mangrove layer due to less tidal inundation in our country. And this is objective. I had very simple objective to calculate above ground and below ground carbon stocks in the Bentara river estuary. This is a methodology I used. My study area was Bentota river estuary. It's a well-known river, the boundary of the southern and the western province. And this is started from the Hiniduma mountain area and around 62 kilometers long. And this is very important mangrove ecosystem. I think this is the Bentara river had the longest mangrove ecosystem in our country. It's around from estuary to, you can see when you go through the highway, southern highway, when we pass the Bentara river, you can see the mangrove. It's from around 15 kilometers from the estuary. So it's maybe the longest mangrove ecosystem in our country. So this is, but I used the most down part of the river. I selected 4 sites to get data for the carbon calculating. And mangrove vegetation was sampling using the belt transect method. Transect were 10 meter width and start from the water's edge and ended up to the landward end. 4 random selected transect I used for in the estuary through mangrove species which are higher than 10 centimeter of the DBH was recorded and identified. Soil sample, I took 4 soil samples from each transect randomly. I got only first 30 centimeters by using a soil core. And it is difficult to study biomass using live plants from the natural vegetation of the planted mangroves. Therefore, I used allometric equation to calculate above ground and below ground carbon. These are the equation I used for the carbon biomass calculation. And I used loss on ignition method to calculate soil organic carbon. This is my results. This is the outside appearance of the Bentara estuary mangrove. And this is the inside of it. You can see that there are large mango trees can found in this ecosystem. I record 6 mangrove species in the my study sites, but out of this I can found that MEPA proticans, so gimpole, outside of the study sites. So this is the length and the number of plant which are recorded in the study sites. I selected 4 sites. The site 1 is the longest one, is 160 meters, and site 2 is 45 meters, site 3 67 meters, and site 4 22 meters. In the last row I show the number of plant in hectares. I convert these values to hectare to get similar values. So I recorded site 4 very large number of trees, but most of these trees are very small when compared with the site 1. So this is the carbon calculation values. Site 2 recorded the highest value. It is around 1,422 the total organic carbon. And when get as an average value, you can see this graph. Normally, as I showed earlier, the mangrove soil contain large amount of carbon, but only 2 sites I had the soil carbon rather than the biomass. Other 2 sites, the highest amount recorded from the biomass. Average of the carbon is 994 and 0.75. Actually, this is the double than earlier records in the dry zone. I don't have chance to compare this value with, because of there's no any previous studies of Benther estuary, or at least in the closest estuary. Normally in earlier research, we had around 500 tons per hectare, especially in the dry zone. In this ecosystem, Rhizophila apiculata was highest contribution for the total biomass and carbon, followed by the Bruguiera gymnosa and Bruguiera sexangula. So, discussion and the conclusion. During this study, 7 mangrove species belonging to the 4 families have recorded. Out of that, 6 were in my study sites. MEPA Prudicum site recorded out of the study site. Among them, the highest number of species have been recorded in the site 1, that is 6 species, while only 2 species were recorded in site 2 as the lowest. Rhizophila apiculata was recorded in the study site, and as well as it was the most common and the highly diverse, distributed species in the Benther estuary. According to the diversity indices, the highest diversity recorded in the site 1. My recommendation, present research study clearly identified the values and ecological importance of this estuary. Further, several destructive activities and their adverse effects are ongoing in this estuary. Therefore, I highly recommend to protect this mangrove area by demarcating the boundaries under the Forest Department or the Department of Wildlife. So you can see the size of these mangrove plants in this estuary. It is maybe the most largest mangrove site in Sri Lanka. I had recorded Sahastravela site. It has this size of trees, but not these species, mostly Sahastravela Bruguiera species. But in this mangrove, we have Rhizophora species which containing high carbon values, and these are the destructive events in the Benther estuary. Lot of tourist activities and tourist lodges and some villas are built both sides of the river. After that, they cleared all the mangrove areas in rivers. I would like to acknowledge my secretary, Minister of the Environment and former Director of the Land Resources, to giving seed grants for this research. Thank you.
for that presentation, which is very, very relevant to today's theme of the symposium. So I would like to invite the audience or the panel for any questions or clarifications. I think everybody is so hungry because this clutter is also there, but this lunch is being prepared. Yeah, please. Yeah. No, I think
Is there any other environmental factors which can be the reason for this difference in carbon, especially the below ground, below?
Madam, there are a lot of sediments going through the inside of the country for this estuary because of in the wet zone. This may be the one
moisture content? Was there any difference?
And then also very high when compared the dry zone and the at least
I think you should really add those factors, then it gives some idea, because otherwise no one can compare. And also maybe you can take some aerial photographs to show the difference in the diversity also. From an aerial photograph you can get the differences in biodiversity also. You can get it from I think the survey department.
Thank you, Professor Ruchira. Would you like to ask the question?
And this your study, I think you have collected only 4 samples for this is long stretch of these mangroves, no? But how many samples you have collected for sediment? Only 4, I think.
I got only 4
I
from one.
think that is not enough. And also second problem is, can you estimate the organic carbon using this loss of ignition? I think you can estimate the organic matter content, but I doubt whether you can estimate the organic carbon by loss of ignition. And also that your conclusion, you have not mentioned anything to your relevant to your topic is organic carbon content or stock in above ground and below ground. But you have not mentioned anything in your conclusion relevant to that your topic. You have mentioned some species and like that. That is my comment on your presentation.
Thank
you. Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask you, I thought all the mangroves were under the protection of the forest department. Is this a private
Not
land?
all the mangroves, madam.
Yeah,
A lot of mangroves in the Benther estuary are private lands.
This
That's why they are used.
That's a private land?
Lot of areas under the private sector.
Yeah, okay. The ones that you sampled, are they private?
Not that part is under the government. Under the government, but not declared.
Okay, you work for the Ministry of Environment, right? So perhaps then one of your...
Now this is ongoing process to
yes,
accept
I
that.
agree. I agree with you. Perhaps your research should also show the policy relevance. I mean, you know, what you can do, and perhaps take some immediate action based on this, because if some of those patches at least are private, they're not going to stay even like what they were when you were sampling, right?
Yeah.
And those are all illegal activities, right?
Yes.
Okay. So may I suggest, since you work for the Ministry of Environment, that you use that data and show that to your secretary, and obviously make it part of your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that was the idea of your research also, no?
Yes.
To you know,
show the value of
to
that
show the
mangrove.
value of it. I'll just ask, you know, just of course I agree with him. Maybe you know in your presentation you didn't articulate it well, but you had a figure of 1,000 and tons carbon per hectare. No?
Right.
So few comments or questions even. You sampled only above ground and below ground, but new metaphors and the dead matter and the litter, perhaps you didn't sample.
No, madam.
But you could, no? Because that makes a total ecosystem. And also, just one second. Did you compare your findings with the others done in Sri Lanka, as well as not necessarily in that particular location, but in Sri Lanka as well as in the tropics?
Yeah, madam.
Yeah, what do you think of it?
Yeah, past research in Nigambu and Panama Potwil, like that, we took around 500 tons per hectare of all the mangroves But this is first time we done the wet zone mangrove like that big estuary. So I don't have any past previous records to compare this area, but this is double than that dry zone.
Actually, what I say is that, in fact, we also have done on this Putlam, and but maybe like you didn't access it, but it was presented in one of the symposium as well. But well, in the tropics, the figures are relevant, figures are comparable. But I mean, you always have to compare your findings with the tropics and other areas, and to see whether people have done work in the country too, because otherwise it shows that you have not assessed the entire literature. But it is always nice to compare, right? So in your future studies, always try to compare work and see whether, I mean, it always gives you a assurance that you're on your right path also. So thank you very much. That was a very important research, and as we need a lot of information to gazette it, to put it under conservation, because the trend perhaps is we have a big challenge, 6 National Symposium on Marine Environment, and mangroves are the most threatened species. So you know, the country is fighting for that, even including the Forest Department. So therefore, I mean, more and more work, and then should go into policy, and then to the actual implementation, that means gazetting and further protection. So thank you very much, and let's give him
Okay, thank you.
So 3 more to go. Composition variation over a decade in Kappara Tota, Weligama Seagrass Meadow will be presented. There are 4 authors. Okay, right. And yes, Hiroshini will present.
Yes.
Anyway, we'll wait.
I hope you all can hear me.
Not yet. We can't see you. Can't see, no? Huh? We can hear. We can hear. But
Okay.
shall
Thank
we get
you.
into that one also? But it's okay. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. And the topic I'm going to talk about is composition variation over a decade in Kapparatota Weligama Seagrass Meadow. Actually, this Kapparatota Seagrass Meadow is situated in the Weligama Bay, and it's one of the most prominent seagrass habitat of southern Sri Lanka. And this is actually situated near to the actually adjacent to the fringing reef of Weligama Bay. And there are like organized data collection started in mid 2009. Before that, there was no any data collection done for Kapparatota Seagrass Meadow. And actually this Seagrass Meadow is one of the patches in the Weligama Bay. There are like several other in the Weligama Bay. And in this data collection, primarily we focused on the seagrass cover estimates and also the environmental variables and the diversity assessment of both fauna and flora, which are associated with the seagrass meadow. And in a previous study that we found that this meadow is consisted of 5 species of seagrass that are those are Thalassia hemprichi, Cymodocea rotundata, Halodiula uninervis, and Halodiula pinifolia, and also Syringodium isoetifolia. So all these seagrass that they supported to the surrounding community, because there are like pelagic and both the pelagic and benthic life forms, and also this is actually really important for the well-being of the adjacent coral reef, because that there are like, as you know, like there are relationship between these, because the reef fish who are living in the reef, that they find their spawning grounds or nursery grounds in the seagrass meadow nearby. So because of that, this is really important community. And objective of my study, this study, is to conduct a follow-up assessment of this seagrass community composition and both also the environmental variables after a decade, actually, that after 10 years after the first ecological survey. So the methodology I have followed is that common method, that like seagrass community assessment, I used point coordinate method. It's 5 to 15 meter transect, and then 0.5 square meter quadrants at 1 meter intervals. And for dissolved nutrients, water samples were collected from the vicinity, and we analyzed them in the laboratory, and we assess dissolved nitrates and phosphates. That because this I have focused for the nutrients, because to find the relationship, and also seaweed community assessment for macroalgae, same method as in the seagrass assessment. Results and discussion. So calculated species richness showed that decrease gradually over the time, that because temporal variation of seagrass species richness, you can see that from 2009 towards 20, that 2020, that the seagrass species richness has been decreased. And in this meadow, like in the initial study, we have found 5 species present there, but now only 2 species can be found here, like Thalassia hembrichi and Isetifolia. So anyway, like the microalgal species richness, it has been increased somewhat from mid 2010 to late 2020. We can observe. So we'll see the relationship later. And then ground cover percentage for seagrass is like the Thalassia hembrichi is the dominated species in the meadow, and for all the years. And we can observe that here, that loss of seagrass diversity actually here, like because you can see that the ground cover percentage of different seagrass species, they have been decreased over the time. But Thalassia hembrichi is the dominating species here. And then ground cover for seaweed, it's been increased, and like it's like you can see that when compared with the 2010, it's increased in the 2020. And actually this can be the reason, like here why I'm emphasized that the nutrient concentration here, that can be seen, like it's the concentration of dissolved nitrates and phosphates, they have increased towards 2010, but decreased significantly in late 2020. This actually, I want to pay attention that nutrient concentration in the innermost bay, where the calculation is really minimal during the during low tide, like it's become high during low tide, but in the actually in the morning, but in 2009 and 10, the samples were taken in the morning, and it's taken like at a few points, but in the 2020 nutrients were, like the samples for nutrients were taken from locations spread over a wide area. And so in this case, like we can see that there are like the factors which affect on this seagrass meadow, is that there's this nutrient content impact. And so the present status of the meadow when we compared with the observation made before a decade ago, that seagrass community composition has been changed. So that it means that the meadow is facing a risk of becoming monospecific in future, because you can see that that Thalassia hempechi is becoming the dominant species. So the nutrient data, if we pay attention for the nutrient data, that they indicate some improvement of water quality around the meadow. So maybe because that as we don't have data for 10 years for the moment, so we have to check, actually we have to check, we have to observe more in the future, like in a period, like as a maybe like to check the seasonal, the temporal variation, maybe over a year or two, that maybe we can do monthly observations to check what is the reason behind this nutrient variations. And also, like, because now it's like the nutrient data indicate the more improved water quality. So because when there are like more nutrients, it's tend to grow more seaweeds. So that means that seagrass have to compete with the seaweed community. So if the water quality is being improved, that maybe that there can be less increase in seaweed. So anyway, that microalgal cover, it has also increased parallelly with the two fast-growing invasive species like Caulopa racemosa and Caulopa taxofolia, that they are more prominent in the meadow. So what can be the potential causes of meadow degradation? So increased nutrient level, yes, that because that can decrease seagrass growth, and also they promote macroalgal growth, and the competition exclude the seagrass by macroalgae. So, and also there is one observation we have, observation is there, that is sedimentation, because that the nearby land is like the in the nearby land, that clearing of natural vegetation is there. So that means that sediment runoff from this land comes to the grass meadow, and it impact on the seagrass meadow, growth of the seagrass meadow. So you can see here in this land cover, so since 2008, that this land has been like, actually the land clearance increased till 2010. But after 2010, you can see that there's increase in the vegetation cover. Now 2010, you can see that the clearance area is being covered with the vegetation somewhat. So this also can be reason for the nutrient, that decrease in nutrients, as well as that that if the sediment runoff is less, that it provide improvement of seagrass meadow as well. And also removal of seagrass, because that there are several hotels nearby, and they provide, like they facilitate swimming and also water sports for tourists, and also there's nearby harbor, so maybe like there can be impact from that as well. So in this regard, that the future directions I propose, that is to that we need to conduct detailed ecological survey over a period of 1 year or 2 years, because we know that there is seasonality in seagrass as well. So to check whether there is this seasonal variation for seagrass growth, we need to check that as well. I suggest that monthly survey should be conducted to see the temporal and spatial variations in the seagrass meadow, and also need to need to implement some conservation and management measures, because this seagrass meadow is really important, because there is this adjacent reef also there. So the health of reef as well depends on the nearby seagrass meadow as well. And also another thing I want to emphasize is that we can see that Thalassia hemprichi is the dominant species, and that some sort of the other species has been extinct from this area. So I can say that if now we can see that the water condition has been improved, and the sediment runoff from the surrounding area has been decreased. So that means that the environment is now getting more suitable for seagrass growth. So we can introduce the species there were earlier to maintain healthy seagrass meadow in this in the Kapparatota area. And also we need to do some we need to facilitate some community education, and also need to improve community participation in conservation and management efforts in this area, and also like need to do some sort of continuous monitoring of health of the Kapparatota Valigama seagrass meadow. And yeah, that's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation on a rather different and rare research area. So yes, we can entertain few questions. Would you like to ask something?
I think I'm asking too many questions, but I just wanted to let you know, since you monitored for 10 years, right? I don't know if you also monitored the land use change, because you talk about sedimentation rates increasing as a potential factor, right?
Yeah, that actually, ma'am, this here that I haven't continuously monitored throughout the 10 years, because I have done the study in 2010 and 9-10, and then recent study has been conducted. So I have found that there is difference between these one decade period. So that is why I'm suggesting that we need to do a sort of continuous observation and monitoring, and then we can go for, like, if we find that it is suitable, and then we can go for restoration strategy like that.
Yes, but you know, you might be able to have an idea of what's happened in the land, obviously on land adjacent to this, because if you take the Google Maps, right? If you take the Google Maps over the past 10 years, you should be able to clearly see what's happened to the land just adjacent to the seagrass bed, right? And that will give you a proxy measure. May not be, you know, very, very scientific, but that's a proxy measure.
Yeah, thank you.
Any yes, please.
If you really want to study the impact of sedimentation, I suggest that you fix some sediment traps.
Yeah,
enough sediments at maybe 2 weeks. Because with the tide, high tide and the low tide, there can be differences. So better fix up.
Yeah, madam, because that is why I have mentioned there, like, there's like, because in the morning, they show like, because during the low tide time, that they show high nutrient, and then during the high tide it's low. And then also this for the, because I'm planning to do a continuous monitoring project, because in that, like, I'm planning to put some temperature measurement, to take temperature measurements, and likewise, and as well as you have mentioned, like, we can fix some sediment traps as well, madam. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think your title may be a little misleading because composition variation over a decade in Kaparathota Veligama. So when you look at it, one gets an idea that you have monitored throughout the decade, which you had not. So that's the confusion, and I guess it's a little difficult to come up with any real recommendations once you had not known what has happened in the last 10 years. No? But anyway, you are proposing to monitor on a regular basis, which is good, which should be done because seagrasses also, as much as mangroves, are very important in the blue carbon economy. So thank you very much. Let's give her a big hand. So now the last, I suppose the audience will be happy to know that the last presenter will not be presenting so that we can reach the lunch sooner. But there's one more presentation on the lesser known threats and conservation efforts for olive ridley sea turtle nets and hatchlings at coastal Anantara Peace Haven Tangol Resort, Tangol. The presenter would be Mr. Edirivida? Yes.
Ivan, good afternoon. I would like to thank MEPA giving us this opportunity to show you our conservation efforts at Anantara Peace Haven Tangol Resort. And actually we are conducting conservation on sea turtles at Anantara there, but our research thesis narrowed down to olive ridley turtles and their nest and conservation efforts what we are doing at Anantara. Actually, first you might wondering where the Anantara is. Anantara is a luxury global brand. We based at Tangol area at Goyambok Estates, and our research premises also based on that area. That is about 200 meters strip of beach belongs to Goyambok Estates at Anantara, and we clustered this 200 meters into 50 meters clusters, and we conducted research from 2017 October to 2020 September. While we are a luxury resort and while we are responsible for our environment, we were thinking to conserve some threatened species, because while at the construction stage of the property, our team members observed turtles are trying to nesting by the Anantara beach sites. So as a responsible organization, we started doing conservation program with the collaboration with IUCN, at also with the Department of Wildlife Conservation. Our main objective of the research was to drive this conservation in our premises. And also we wanted to raise some partnerships with the Department of Wildlife Conservation to increase their infrastructure development, because as we know that Rakava is the first sanctuary resort for sea turtles in Sri Lanka. It's close to our resort premises. So with the IUCN support, we make bridge with Wildlife Department and started conservation and supporting them. And our second objective was to build this bridge. And we had a third objective to enhance our staff awareness on threatened species within the property, and also enhance capacities of local school children and communities living around to conserve these threatened species. And also we have another objective to identify invasive species which are limiting the nesting sites for the turtles. Also, we observed in our biodiversity surveys with IUCN, and we want to control those. That's why that's another objective of the research. By the same time, we started dollar per deeds because while we are conducting such research or conservation thing, we need some kind of funds. So we started dollar per deeds program for raising funds for conservation. We use these methods to drive our conservation program, dollar per deeds. That means when the guest is staying in our resort, they can donate $1 per night, and Anantara was matching another $1 with that and increase our funds. That's how we raised our funds for the study periods. And also we started awareness programs and capacity buildings for our staff members with the experts of IUCN and Wildlife Department. Even not here, Professor Deveka also there, and Professor Malwa Tantri also visited on this conservation and awareness programs for the staff members. And also we started doing day and night patrolling with our security officials and our trained team members, which we called Turtle Conservation Task Force, and they were monitoring the nesting sites of turtles, and that is even during the night time. And also we used direct and indirect observations on predations of sea turtles, especially on their turtle nests. And also we collect beach parameters according to standard procedures during our study periods. At the beginning, we monitored that predations are occurring because of the feral dogs and many species. So we start covering the turtle nests using a metal mesh that is with the size of for a size of 2 by 2 inch. That is about 3 by 3 feet size square size wire mesh to protect turtle nest from the predation. At the first stage of the research, we found some misleading of or disorientations of sea turtles because of the light reflection from the resort. So we started, after monitoring, we started creating green belt. So a part of that, we started nature walks. After conducting biodiversity surveys within the property, by linking these biodiversity hotspots, we designed nature walks. So the guests can, we started educating guests what we are doing, and we communicated, and they also they can have a kind of experience because Sri Lanka is one of the global diversity hotspots. So guests' experience we enhance, but at the same time, encourage them to support for our conservation programs. These are the results we get. As I mentioned, we had 4 clusters of study sites, each with 50 meters length. And a dominant species was Pandanus caida, or what you call Vatakeia, that growing in coastal areas. And the second one was Scaevola thakkada, or thakkada trees. During the study period, we monitored 45 luridly turtle nests, and there are clear nesting occurred, seasons occurred December to February and May to June periods. And these are the some parameters of on what we got. And at the first stage, as I mentioned, we monitored anthropogenic predation, or people were trying to poaching turtle eggs, but after awareness programs and the support of wildlife department, we were able to mitigate those. So at the first stage we occurred that, then afterwards it's almost 0%. Then the succession rate was high at the first A1, A2 samples, and because of the last samples were pretty high, pretty low succession rates because of the inundations and some natural disasters. These are the threats occurred during the study period. Actually, submersion and erosion cause for the maximum amount of threats. That is actually 63.63 from the total destructions for the turtle nest. And this is some of the threats we found during the study period, that pandanus caida or Vataceae roots grown over the turtle nest that drops the fertility, and the succession is quite low because of those. And also we occurred this predation of ghost crabs and hermit crabs during the study period. By the same time, what you call the land monitors and water monitors also trying to predate on eggs, while those are exposing to the air because of the erosion. And this is actually first identification record of this ant predation on turtle eggs during the study period. Actually, in the FAO World Turtle Catalog also mentioned about the ants are predating on eggs, but they were not mentioned about the species. But here we were able to identify the species which are attacking turtle eggs, and you can see the turtles. Actually, they are attacking soft tissues of baby hatchlings while they were under the ground. And these are some of the conservation efforts we have taken. We start training, as I mentioned, on biodiversity and conservation of our staff, and we have identified invasive alien species within the property, especially Opuntia. In our beach areas, we started eradicating those. And also our green belt, about 5 meters width, that limit the reflex on lights by the beach area. That helps to control the disorientation of baby turtles after they hatch during the night. We designed nature trails for the guests. They can walk with the resort naturalist, and we got better comments for the resort. By the same time, there is a good positive selling point for our resort. And during the season, this period of time, we were able to increase our funds for the conservation about 7.3 million rupees. We use that for our conservation programs with the IUCN and Wildlife Department. Actually, our funds used to increase facilities for Wildlife Department. They made quite recently, they made a visitor center for the Rakava Center, and we developed their visitor center with exhibits which can use for visitors. That is kind of awareness, and also we are conducting school programs there to enhance awareness for the school children and the local community. By the same time, with IUCN, we done habitat assessment survey starting from Anantara Tangol to Pilinnawa estuary. That is the northern border of Yala National Park, and we compare that impact on tsunami, before tsunami and after tsunami, impact on sea turtle nesting sites. And we are going to publish that for the public and for the Wildlife Department on coming months. Because of these incidents, we postponed that. And these are some of the activities we have done. And benefits for the organization using this thing is we have good partnerships with IUCN and Wildlife Department, also with the local community with regards on conservation. And all of it, it's a unique selling point for the property, and we use that as a marketing tool at the moment. And this is the first this kind of project in Sri Lanka, self-financial project in Sri Lanka. And here you can see the protection covers we made and the green belt we created there. In future, actually, we are going to collaborate our this research with other hoteliers living around coastal belts of Sri Lanka. By the same time, sir, we are trying to continue our awareness programs for the other parts of the island. By the same time, sir, might be the first time in Sri Lanka, we are trying to start from Anantara P7 Tangle to Kalutara area, the coastal habitat survey for the sea turtles with the support of IUCN and DWC. At last, I would like to thank you, Department. Thanks, Department of Wildlife Conservation on this support on our conservation, IUCN, and University of California Professor Dias, especially she was helping me to identify the species, and Anantara team members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edirivira, for that. I mean, I'm really, as the chair, I'm so happy to note that, being a hotelier, you have embarked into this kind of thing, and which shows that, science is not only for the university community or the research community, but for all. Unless and otherwise, it will not be sustainable. So I would like to again, open this one to the audience and also to the panel for any questions or clarifications. Yes.
A negative impact on turtle nesting.
Yes, ma'am. There are various research findings, especially in Australia, and there are about 5 research papers. There are, they mentioned, those are not pandanus kaida actually, but some other plant species, roots can grow because of the content of the water content and the nutrition there. There are some records on other countries. There are research papers on that. Here we found that pandanus kaida grown on it, especially because of this. We saw actually many when they are nesting close to this kind of under the trees like pandanus kaida. We noticed there are many threads on that. Even sometimes we monitor that when the turtle staying by the sand about 50 to 60 days range. That depends on the actual species and the beach qualities. Some tree roots grown over the nest, so we monitor even the baby turtles get stuck under the sand because they are unable to penetrate through the sand because of the roots. Actually, there are more papers coming on future regarding that. We are conducting that research.
Is it because of erosion that the turtles are coming close to the pandanus? Because now it's helping here, the roots are helping to retain the sand.
Yes.
Okay? It's also necessary.
Yes.
Because during tsunami time, we saw that there were some cabanas in that area. They have cleared the pandanus, and it really destroyed the whole area. The tsunami destroyed the whole area because the pandanus was removed. Okay? So I think this is because some changes have been made by human beings.
Yeah,
that's why this is happening. Because if the pandanus was there naturally, normally settling of sand helps the turtles to come and nest.
Yeah, there are actually positive and negative impacts by the roots, by the trees actually. There are positives because mostly that green turtles prefers to stay under, nesting under the trees like Scaevola takkada trees, bushes actually, under those trees. But here, the pandanus are having, you can see a lot of prop roots. They are coming from the aerial roots and they spread by the surface. And when this mother turtle trying to nesting, that disturbs her. Because when she is nesting, she is testing the conditions of the sand, by the same time moisture content and granular size and the temperature and all these factors she is taking into the consideration. So actually there's a...
May I really disturb you now? Are these plants planted by you?
No, actually originally they are, but these turtle are nesting in between this vegetation line and the high tide level. These olive redleys are nesting on that range. But when they are when it is monsoon times, we can see the water level quite high because we have a dynamic ocean there. Because there's a rocky surface by the middle of the bay, and because of that the waves coming by the either side, and there's a middle current. So it's gradually changing the conditions by the beach area. So even they are not taking into the close to the trees, the pandanus skyder trees, but in a distance. But still the roots growing under the sand that reach the nest. We have observed that.
That can be due to erosion because normally turtles are coming to the same nesting area every year. Okay, so they identify the area. Maybe because of erosion that they have to come much closer to the land. That's why it's happening.
Yeah, that might be because...
if you really check the aerial photographs for 2 decades, you will see the difference in the shape of the shoreline.
Yeah,
that can be one reason.
Yeah, that can happen because of the Hambantota Harbour, because that is in our next research we are going to publish that we observed that that is severely impact some of our sanctuaries previously quite. That's true. Yeah.
First of all, I congratulate the presenter to initiate a this type of research, because the thing here that even keynote address while addressing this, Professor Ajit mentioned the importance of academia working with industry as well as the government, so that you have shown that the importance and that the usefulness. Actually, the thing what I think that even universities should promote this type of research instead of pure research, working with the industry as well as the government directly, so that then there will be a future for the to make use of this research.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I think I really agree with you, Priyanta. I mean, really, in fact, I will talk about it a little bit after Professor Nirmali asks her question.
One quick question. You
Yes, ma'am.
said that you have done a habitat assessment before and after tsunami. So did Anantara or anybody else have a habitat assessment before the tsunami, which is 2004?
Yes, actually, IUCN did the research before tsunami. They finished just a few days before the tsunami hits the island.
Right. And then when did you do the after tsunami?
After tsunami, we started 2017.
17?
Yeah, 2017.
Yeah, but that is how many years after the tsunami? So many things would have changed after that.
Yeah, actually, that's why we are comparing that the changes of that is along with the habitat changes, and that research contains that habitat changes and the impacts, and previously as I mentioned that there were some sanctuaries recognized as good habitats for the turtle nestings, and we are comparing that. What's the reason?
Yes, but if I may, I think, is Kumudini in the audience?
Yeah.
Yes. Kumudini, I think what I think is there's a little sort of wrong choice of words here, because it's not really after tsunami. There are many anthropogenic activities that would have taken place along the coastline. Right?
Yeah.
Tsunami may have made a difference, but then in that case it should have been done within 1 year of the tsunami taking place. All I'm saying is that you re-examine, because the factors contributing to those changes are not just the tsunami, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the presenter for this. In fact, I would, if you had not told that you are from the hotel, I would have thought that you are from either a research organization or a university, because you were so thorough about your work, isn't it? So thank you very much. Yeah, so we have come to the end of the session, and in this session we had 5 papers, and I must say that all these 5 really were in line with the theme, the ocean-based solutions and policy frameworks for enhanced climate action and blue economy. Yes, a long time ago we were talking about the Sri Lanka Next, green and blue era, but now of course we are really picking up the blue era, which is a very encouraging thing. And today all these presentations really lined with that one and provided great impetus to promote this one by way of providing the information to formulate policy and to implement same. So the beauty of this today's session was, like Mr. Priyanda said, in line with the expectation, because the scientific community alone, when I say scientific community, I just say universities or research community alone cannot do this business. Conservation should be done by all. That is every part of the society, public, private, communities, everyone. So we could see from these presentations that that everybody had got involved in this one. Maybe it could be improved, but it's a very encouraging step forward. So citizen science was being promoted at one level, and then the private-public partnership, where the know-how and then all the support was given by the public sector or the NGO sector for the private sector to really pursue their work, which really educates their own community as well as the community at large. So what happens is finally everybody gets educated, everybody gets involved. Unless and until it happens, we really cannot conserve our finite natural resources for a better world. So thank you very much. I'd like to congratulate all the speakers, not only the speakers, but their collaborators who supported them in making this wonderful work. And also the audience, the questions that came up from the audience, which is very, very productive and would help them to refine their work in the future. And also finally to MEPA and Slack and Trust for getting together to organize this very wonderful and very topical symposium. Thank you very much, all of you. So over to you for logistical arrangements.
Thank you very much, Professor Hemanti. Just be seated in the head table for a while. Quick logistic information. I think most of you all are hungry, but we have to shift the lunch 1 hour further. So we'll be going for the second session as well now, which is a shorter one. We have only 4 presentations, so we will quickly finish that and then go to lunch. We are planning to go to lunch at 2:10. So just information on that, and there'll be a small presentation of certificates for 3 presenters who are physically present here. So I would like the panel members to remain here to award the certificates. Could we get the certificates on here, please? Yep. So CS Munasinghe for the first presentation, presenting Sri Lanka Sea Turtles Identification Project SLTID using image-based sea turtle identification for conservation. Mr. MGM Prasanna for presenting the calculating above ground and below ground carbon stocks of Bentota River estuary mangroves in Sri Lanka. A. Edirivira for the final presentation that we saw, lesser known threats and conservation efforts of olive ridley sea turtle nests and hatchlings at coastal Anantara P7 Tangol Resort. Thank you very much. Thank you for the panelists, Professor Hemanthi Ranasinghe, Dr. Jayasiri, and Professor Nirmali. Thanks a lot. So we will go for the next technical session, session 2, shipping and marine pollution. The session will be chaired by Dr. Tusita Sugatapala from University of Moratuwa, and the other panelists will be Dr. Deepta Amaratunga from NARA and Professor Ajit D. Alves from University of Moratuwa. I would kindly invite the eminent panelists to come to the head table.
Inauguration session, even during the keynote address also Professor Ajit pointed out. So importance of that, and I think it's very timely one talking about that one, because presently probably some of you are aware that Ministry of Environment is now updating the National Environment Policy, as well as they are developing the National Environment Action Plan for the next 10 years. So I think the findings to be discussed under, I think, 4 presentations will set some lights towards that, so that I think these findings can contribute to this policy making process. So it's a timely one. So with that, and also probably are aware that the mainstream of SDGs is happening now in government institution as well as going towards the provincial levels. There are also policy making process can support, or this can support the policy making process even for SDGs, especially SDG 14, which is basically talk about life under the sea, under the water. So with that small note, I will first invite the presentation on qualitative and quantitative assessment of marine litter. These comparisons in composition in coastal environment of 6 beaches in Matara district, Sri Lanka, which is authored by Ms. Dilini and Ediri Singh, two authors. I hope, who is the presenter, Ms. Dilini? Yeah, Ms. Dilini, over to you. Thank you. So we'll get 10 minutes for presentation, then we'll have 5 minutes question time.
Good afternoon, I am KLN Dilini. My research topic is qualitative and quantitative assessment of marine litter compositions in coastal environments of selected beaches in Matara district. This is the content of my presentation, and I am moving to the introduction. As all you know, ocean and coastal ecosystems are extremely important due to their economical value and ecosystem services. Therefore, the identification of major threats for the ocean is very important. Marine pollution is mainly caused by sea-based pollution and land-based pollution. Nearly 80% marine pollution is caused by land-based litter. However, reliable scientific data is essential for the proper management of coastal and marine debris. Matara district is very popular among foreign visitors. With this development of tourism, many facilitators are gathering along the coastline of Matara. It leads the marine litter accumulation at an alarming rate due to the lack of awareness and absence of proper waste dumping methods. Therefore, and also currently published data are insufficient to implement a site-specific management for Matara district. Therefore, this study will be helpful in implementing required approaches for addressing this problem. These are specific objectives of my study: identification of types and sources of marine litter in coastal area of Matara district, identification of impacts and problems associated with marine litter, and finally make recommendations for preparing a proper management plan for mitigation of environmental impacts. This is the methodology, and I selected 6 beaches in Matara district along the 58-kilometer long coastal belt, and as including beach parks and fisheries harbors and popular bathing sites and undisturbed beaches. These are the selected sites and their characteristics. First one is Hirikatia, it is a popular bathing site, and Dondra Fisheries Harbour, Matara Beach Park, and Thotamuna, it is the estuary area from where Nilwara River enters to the ocean, and Thalarama Beach, it is an undisturbed beach compared to other 5 sites, and Valigama Palana Beach, it is a tourism-based straight coastline. For the easiness of analyzing, I gave location numbers for each and every site. Site selection was done using stratified random sampling technique, and these sites were selected after considering these characteristics, and data collection was carried out in weekly intervals. Litter material which were found in randomly identified 100-meter long and 6-meter wide beach stretch were counted. Each day, 20% out of 100-meter beach stretch was covered. Therefore, shoreline of 100-meter site was divided into segments of 5 meter, and then numbered them into starting from 1 to 20. Before arriving to the site, 4 numbers from random number table was selected. 4 selected transect boundaries were marked with flags, and width of each transect was measured from water's edge to the back of the shoreline. Then GPS coordinates for each transect were recorded. Debris density data sheets were filled while walking in each transect, as this picture shows, and then additional information also recorded during collecting data. Each and every debris items were categorized into broad debris categories and gave them numbers starting from 1 to 40. Data analyzing, according to the location, debris composition and mean density were calculated. All collected data were analyzed using Minitab 16 software and used one-way ANOVA. Analysis was done for identifying location-wise most common debris category and the most common location of each and every debris category. And seasonal factor was calculated for identifying the time period of recorded highest debris quantity for each location. Then I move into the results and discussion. First, I am going to discuss about marine litter composition in the selected sites. First one, Hirikatia site. I observed smoking fiber items as the highest composition, especially cigarette butts, because this is a popular bathing site, especially during the tourist season of that area. It is very crowded with foreign visitors and also facility providers like sunbed providers and surfing board sellers, those people. Therefore, I identified those debris dumped at the site. Then I move into the Dondra site. Nylon was the highest composition because this selected site is very close to the Dondra fisheries harbor. I observed pieces of nylon ropes and pieces of fishing nets in very high numbers in this area. And also general plastic was recorded as the second highest mean. Third one, Mathura Beach Park. Smoking fiber items was recorded with the highest composition. Under that debris category, mainly cigarette butts were identified very close to the small boutique in that selected site, and food waste was recorded as the second highest mean. Totamuna, general plastic was recorded with the highest composition, especially during the rainy season. This number was increased. Therefore, I guess it is due to the waste dumping to the Nilvara River along its journey to the ocean. Then Tallaramba, although it is an undisturbed beach compared to other 5 sites, there is a beach access road across this site, which was used by tourism-related diving centers. Therefore, foreign visitors and those people were the people who are dumping these cigarette butts to the site. Then I am moving to the Valigama site. Smoking firework items was recorded with the highest composition. This is the site with very high number of different types of beach users compared to other 5 sites. Therefore, the smoking and fireworks items, especially cigarette butts, were recorded with high numbers. Also, general plastic was recorded, especially domestic plastic waste I observed. It is due to the ODL, which is enters to the ocean from this side. Then I'm quickly discuss the location with highest number of recorded for debris categories. For general plastic, it was Totamuna. For food waste, it was Totamuna. For styrofoam, it was Valigama. And for glass, it was Totamuna. And For medical personal hygiene related items, it was Totamona, and for metal, it was Hidikatia, and for paper, Matra Beach Park, and for smoking firework items, Hidikatia, and for rubber, Valigama, and for cloth, Valigama. For polythene, it was Valigama, and for nylon, Dondra, and for fiber, Dondra, and for beauty and cosmetic items, it was Totamuna. And I'm going to discuss about capturing the seasonality. Seasonal factors of each site were different from each other. Therefore, there was a seasonal fluctuation in debris accumulation to these sites. If I take first site, Hidikatia, you can see these highest seasonal factor recorded period and second highest seasonal factor recorded months, all are within the tourism period of this area. Therefore, we can conclude that there is a relationship between waste accumulation to the site with the tourism activities. Then Dondra site, this other than dumping at the site, they are, according to these seasonal factors, there should be a relationship with the rain for the debris accumulation, especially this is within the southwest monsoon. Therefore, there should be a effect from ocean currents. Then Madhara Beach Park, all these high seasonal factors were recorded during the school vacations. So I can conclude that the debris accumulation for this site is related with the beach users. And then Totamuna, both these seasons were with the heavy rain for these sites. Therefore, there should be a relationship with rain for the debris accumulation to this site. Then I am moving to the Thallaramba. Both of these seasons are within the tourism seasons of the southern coast. So there should be a relationship with tourism and debris accumulation to the site. Then Valigama, for Valigama also, these are tourism seasons for the site, and also the highest seasonal factor recorded months recorded the heavy rain for these sites. Therefore, there should be a relationship of tourism and also rain for the debris accumulation to the site. This is my conclusion. Both ocean-based and land-based litter were identified in the sites. Composition of debris in studied 6 sites was dependent on climatic factors and anthropogenic activities. And there was a significant difference in the composition of debris category in all 6 sites. The debris, the main sources for debris in Hirikatia, Mathara Beach Park, Thallaramba and Valigama were due to the tourism and other leisure activities. Therefore, management actions in these sites should be directed towards the leisure activities promoting waste management. And main sources of Valigama site were both fisheries and land-based waste. Therefore, debris management actions in Valigama should be focused on fishery and land-based waste too. For Dondra site, fishery activities were primary sources of debris in Dondra. Therefore, management actions in Dondra should be focused on fisheries practices. For Totamuna, main source is land-based waste. Therefore, coastal debris management action in Totamuna should be directed towards management of land-based waste.
Ms. Delaney, time is up. Can quickly conclude now, because otherwise we don't have time for questioning.
Thanks.
Can you conclude now?
Identified major impacts and problems of this marine litter are reduction of aesthetic beauty of beaches, distraction of tourism activities from these areas, affect to the health of people living in the coastal area. Therefore, it is essential to develop site-specific pollution control measures, and I am recommending national and local level regulations to reduce, eliminate litter accumulation, and sound coastal environmental awareness, beach cleanup campaigns, and regular cleaning systems, and recommended to install sufficient amount of separate garbage disposal bins for the sites which are having tourism and fishery activities, and use national level regulations such as environmental tax and development of proper waste reception facilities in fisheries harbors. Also, government should transfer waste recycling technologies for local community, and providing loans to develop waste recycling facilities, encouraging people for waste recycling reuse through the polluter pay system, encouragement of fishermen through the providing financial incentives to carry back debris, and use of community-based management regulations, national level regulations to enforce the use of efficient long-term monitoring mechanisms, and establish collection centers for non-degradable waste in all major towns along the coastal belt, and use of extended producer.
Sorry to stop you.
Yes,
I think you have to stop now. Sorry for that. I think you have covered the key recommendation to me, because otherwise we don't have at least one question. Sorry for that. I appreciate your effort to present it. It's a very important topic, I think, and the results also very, I think, important because it shows the complexity in marine-based, the pollution. Not only the composition, but also that indicate the different economic activities which contribute to the pollution. So that the challenges is there. So thank you very much. Sorry to stop that at the important discussion. I can probably allow 2 questions because the time limit. Any question from the audience? A clarification or question on this topic? Otherwise, I know that Professor Ajit have a lot of questions. Yeah.
Marine pollution, I mean from ships, oil spills like that, they are not accounted for also?
No matter. Only the litter accumulation in beaches.
There's no such activities around. Probably looking at the beaches, right?
Yeah.
No fishery harbor.
No.
Thank you, Professor Ajit. Question?
Just a quick comment. You were highlighting this cigarette butts and things like that, but this is a public place. Believe that we have a law in place saying that we should not be smoking in public, right? But most of your beach segments, you are putting that cigarette butts as one of the priority
Yes.
litter item. Okay, that's a comment. Second, there was no identification of you started with these 14 categories and then looked at those 14 categories. Perhaps that would have been limiting. I mean, that there was not another category which could have covered the what outside this. You have stuck to the 14. Was there another category?
No, sir. Usually, I am from Marine Environment Protection Authority. So, with my field visits, I know what are the debris in those areas. So, after analyzing that general idea, I categorize them into 14 categories.
So you never get usually, I mean, the shipboard waste coming onto the shores?
Fiber waste.
No, shipboard.
Shipboard waste.
Yeah, somebody who's just throwing things out, or that's basically foreign waste. You don't see litter from that category at all?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just for clarification, did you sample in Puranavella, inside the Puranavella harbour or outside?
No, outside.
Okay.
That is very close to the Puranavella harbour, that
in
Vellamadam area.
Vellamadam area.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we have to stop now because of the time limit. Thank you very much, Ms. Delaney, for that very important. I think we have to continue this research because this data, the information will be very useful to identify the, as you suggested in the, I think, in recommendation or the conclusion, the interventions we have to do. So especially maybe the involvement of local authorities and other regulatory bodies. You just highlighted, I think, the importance of the maybe the regulatory aspect as a gap. I'm not very sure if the regulatory aspect or the implementation thing, because
Implementation. Yes.
So that's something we have to look at. No, I think we have a lot of regulation, but the implementation we have gaps there, right? Okay. So thank you very much. I think I will wish you all the best for future activities, and especially to come up with on the ground to reduce this issue. Right. Thank you very much. So with that, with that we'll conclude the first presentation. We go for the next one. I will read out the topic: the tale of a degrading lagoon, a case study and pollution assessment of Jaffna Lagoon, Sri Lanka. There are 5 authors. I won't read. Sorry, there is a Zoom presentation. So it's over to the presenter. You can introduce yourself and then make the presentation. Thank you. So we'll be given 10 minutes for the presentation. Please stick into the time. Is it? Right, okay then. Summers. Are they ready? If there's a delay, we can move to the next presentation till they get prepared. Your time issue, right? Mr. Damita will move into the next presentation. Next one. Yeah, okay. Sorry for that delay. So the third presentation, the title is Assessment of Microbial what do you call that? Sorry, I don't know. Water pollution status of selected bathing sites located in the southern coast of Sri Lanka. Again, selected pollution. There are 4 authors: Mr. Rajapaksa, Delpi Chitra, Ranavira, and Kumar. So the 4 authors who will be presenting. Right, you can present, introduce yourself and then make the presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all of you. I am Malin Rajapaksha. My research topic is assessment of microbial water pollution, status of selected bathing sites located in the southern coast of Sri Lanka. Let's move to the introduction part. Sri Lanka is an island where tourism is one of the major economic sector in its economy. The beaches therefore plays a major role as a recreational environment. The problem of the seawater pollution is therefore acknowledged worldwide, and many countries are already monitoring the quality of the beaches according to the national and international standards. The contamination of the beach sand and seawater has increased due to the anthropogenic pollution from municipal sewage, industrial influence, as well as agriculture runoff and river discharges. The recreational water generally consists of pathogenic and non-pathogenic microorganisms generally. Many studies have reported the presence of Enterococcus species, Aeromonas, Staphylococcus, Pseudomonas, Escherichia coli, and etc. in either beach sand or seawater or both samples. They have the ability to cause many health problems such as gastrointestinal, respiratory, skin, eye, nasal cavity and ear infections, etc. who use this area for their recreational activities. Continuous epidemiological studies have shown the gradual increase in these diseases among the bathers. Therefore, many countries have considered that it is important to monitor the microbial quality of the seawater and the beach sands. World Health Organization and United States of Environment Protection Agency have set up guidelines to assess microbial quality of seawater and grade the beaches according to the quality seawater. But at the local level, there are very few studies has been carried out. However, no preliminary studies have been carried out to provide an foundation to classify the beaches according to the international standards. Therefore, this study was carried out to provide the foundation which would be helpful to the local responsible authorities and other interested in their future researchers work on assessing microbial quality of Sri Lankan sea bathing site. There are two objectives in my research. First one is to identify status of microbial water pollution in two selected bathing sites, Parevella and Kochama, which located in southern coast of Sri Lanka. Second one is the evaluation focused on total coliform and the fecal coliform. Let's move to the methodology. These are the same image in same location in Parevella bathing site, but in different time. Left side is the weekday photographs. Right side is the holiday photograph. You can see how many people use the beach in holiday for the Parevella. I would like to explain the Parevella bathing site location. You can see the above photographs, Kiramo estuary, most close to the Parevella, nearly 500 meters, and Tangol Fishery Harbour, Ruhuna Naval Base, and Tangol Hospital, like public areas very close to the Parevella bathing site. It means Parevella bathing site are located in urbanized area. Below photograph is in the my sampling points which are represent the bathing site. Kocham bathing site is isolated place. Here you can see the surrounding area is anything to buildings or something, only mangroves and the paddy fields. These are the two comparative things identified in Parevella and the Kocham sites: length, lifeguards, facilities, drinking water, showers, toilets, like that, and also the other things, management of litter, allowance of feds, like that. Important thing is the realistic maximum number of the beaches per day. Actually, weekday average value is nearly 200 in Parevella, holiday sometimes more than 100, but in Kochama weekdays nearly 50 and holidays nearly 200 people. Water samples were collected once a month for a period of 1 year, January to December in 2019. Temperature, pH and conductivity parameters were measured on site using multi-probe systems. For the microbial analysis, samples were collected in each location, one samples. Then samples put into the ice and transferred to the MEPA laboratory and measured. The multiple fermentation tube method was used to analyze the coliform, total coliform and the fecal coliform in each sample. Results and discussion part. I would like to move to the temporal variation of the physical parameters. Here you can see the in both side temperature parameters represented in one slide. Left side is the Parevella. There are no any huge difference in Parevella and Kocham temperature parameters because I mentioned the average temperature in below 28.8 and Kocham is 28.6. Conductivity also the same. Average conductivity value is 51.7 and Kocham conductivity value is 51.8. Above graph shows the monthly variations. pH also the same. There are no any difference. Average value is same. Let's move to the second part, temporal variation of microbial parameters. Total coliform, comparing Parevella and Kocham total coliform values. According to the graph, there are no any only without May. Without May, all the other parameters of the Parevella total coliform represent the below 600 values. Kocham also the same value represent the 600, below 600. It means I mentioned the standard level in below according to the US EPA standards. Normally seawater total coliform value exceed the 100,000. It is not suitable for the bathing. It's very fortunately considering total coliform, both sides are good for the recreationals. Fecal coliform also the same. According to the standard, water quality should be the below the 200 cells per 100 milliliters. Comparing Parevella and the Kocham, without May, all the other parameters, all the other months, considering both Parevella and the Kocham fecal coliform values, represent below the 200 values. Comparing of average coliform value of two sites, normally Parevella total coliform and the fecal coliform value is higher than the Kocham values. Conclusion, according to the US EPA guidelines, water quality of the both Parevella and the Kocham bathing sites are suitable for the bathing. According to the social survey, Parevella is a highly populated area than Kocham. Parevella bathing site is located in an urbanized area, so it has caused to increase the total and fecal coliform values than Kocham site. I would like to give the recommendation. It is recommended to conduct a long-term continuous research about microbial water pollution considering monsoon and the tourism season. These are my some references. I would like to acknowledge, give my sincere gratitude to higher management of the MEPA. I wish to thank all the officers in MEPA laboratory. And finally, I would like to thank all the field officers in Hambantota regional office who helped to successful this research. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think thank you again, especially keep it in the time. So we'll open for this question now. So we'll first allow the audience to ask question. Yes, madam.
Sorry, madam?
Day and time of sampling. Now, when you take the samples,
yes,
at what time of the day and what is the date you selected for sampling?
Normally, I selected morning time, madam. Morning time means 8 to 10 morning. Days normally get the weekdays.
I suggest that you should select the high tide days and low days.
Okay,
and on those days, do a dynamic.
Okay.
Because I can see that maybe time of the day also will matter and also the tide. high tide there is a higher dilution, low tide it can be concentrated.
Yes,
so
sir.
why not do it in that manner? On those days, do a diurnal survey.
I hope to continue
At
in
2-hour
further-
intervals or 3-hour intervals, take samples and see whether there is a difference during the day.
Yes. I hope to continue this further. Thank you very much for the comment for the future.
And the tide is very important.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
If you are continuing the same thing, I think it is good to consider Colombo as well, especially leave Ellavatta, Dehiwala, that belt.
Okay, sir.
That a lot of people they use for bathing, but the thing is that the potential contamination is very high because of that the discharging of sewage.
Town.
Yeah.
Colombo.
So that is, I think it's better that to do that and publish it to the general public so that then they are aware what is going on, because otherwise it is, I think, it's the government commitment. There should be some sort of commitment from the government part and to make this resource available to the general public. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions from the audience? Otherwise, right.
Thank you. It is a good presentation. I think you should consider other microbiological parameters also. For example, Staphylococcus aureus, then only you can see that whether it is suitable or not, considering all the parameters given even in one standard specification. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for the comments.
Yeah. So, right, I'll ask the panel, Dr. Amratunga.
This is just for if you continue this research, please take the sample from the river mouth also.
Okay, sir. Kiramoy River mouth. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Just a comment. Now it appears that with or without toilets, beaches are okay. Right? I mean, that's what I get. But of course, factoring in that issue of sampling, most of the thing from this looks more for advocacy research, where as a authority, there may be a way of classifying beaches or putting it out saying today it's not a bathing day, but because of pollution, that shows that you are monitoring and then informing the public. And not just stopping them, but asking them to take corrective action. At least the public service people should take up corrective action. Maybe that type of thing should be developed. I mean, otherwise this may be an occasional research where you take a study and then you communicate, but it doesn't reach where it really matters.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think according to the question, what I feel is basically you need a kind of a testing protocol to set so that we know this information represent the the situation in Sri Lanka, and then we can communicate that result. So it's a very good start. This is a very important research, but now concentrated towards that, so that as an institution and as maybe a researcher, you can follow that type of standard approach, so that those results can be present to the general public, which carry the real situations. So
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, the audience.
So that's the second, of course, the third in the list, but then we could complete the second.
waters actually happen through the materials discharged from the land-based activities and as well as the ship-based or the oceanic-based activities. So though even it is a global problem, it is a visible, significant issue, particularly in our country as an island. So at this stage, so this is our story, the tale of a degrading lagoon.
Miss, sorry to
case
disturb
study.
you. Can you put the presentation mode because we can't see the full screen. I think it's still, yeah, put into the presentation mode. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Hope
Right,
it's
now
okay.
correct. Thank you. Go on.
Yes. So Jaffna Peninsula, as all of you may aware about, it is the largest lagoon system in Sri Lanka, and it has a rich of marine ecosystems, especially mangroves and coral reefs and sand dunes, etc. So beyond that, these significant marine ecosystems, particularly the lagoons, are having four major key issues. The top one is the pollution, which is arise from the mainly in the land-based activities and as well as after the war period. It high level of fishing fleets operation also causing higher impact on causing increasing the pollution in the lagoon. Other than there are no any fisheries extension practices are in a good form, and a lack of databases in the past and improper waste management altogether make us to investigate the present scenario in the Jaffna Lagoon. Particularly, we choose three locations: Kakadivu, Navandurai and Parnai. These three locations are we selected because the Kakadivu is the major dumping site located in the western part of the lagoon, more than 2 acres hectare, very close proximity to the lagoon. The Navandurai also, the next one, it acted as a previous dumping site until 2004, and the Parnai location is where the Jaffna Teaching Hospital wastewaters and the most of the there is a major canal connected to the point. So these three are visibly highly polluted locations in Jaffna, so that's why we choose these sites. So we did the sample collection from January to September in 2019 for monthly basis, and we submitted the samples to the Central Environmental Authority for the physical chemical parameters, particularly as mentioned, you can see in this table, and the methods they used for the analyzing the parameters. So based on that, this is the statistical summary. We try to produce this box plot graphs. You can see there mean spatial variation of pH among the three sampling locations. Actually, there is no any considerable variation above the standard permissible limits, but the ammonia concentration was more than double. Not double, actually the permissible limit of the ammonia concentration in the pristine natural marine water is 70 microgram per liter. However, you can see here the mean spatial variation among the three sites. Particularly the Kakadivu has the highest ammonia concentration around 14.89 milligram, and same as the other two sites. And same as the BOD and COD levels also above the permissible standard limits of the pristine clear marine water or the brackish water qualities. So all three locations more or less having the same average mean values for these particular parameters. And the phosphate and sulfate concentrations also above the standard permissible limits. Usually the phosphate concentration range between 75 milligram to 600 micrograms per liter, and while the sulfate concentration is it should be around 250 microgram. However, in our studies, the sulfate concentration was it's 1,000 times higher than both phosphates and sulfate concentrations are around 1,000 times higher than the standard levels. And the total suspended solids values are also higher than the permissible limits. Usually it's 250 microgram per liter, but in our study areas it's around 0.5 to 0.6 milligram means more than, it's also 4 times higher than the standard limits. So in this background, when we look at the waste generation and the management practices in the particular area, actually in this hostel line is connected to the 28 small canals and 14 larger canals. Altogether, there are more than 20,000 members are practicing or discharging their the waste into either one of the canals, and they eventually collected and mixture in the particular area. So as I mentioned earlier, there are higher number of fishing fleets run around the lagoon area, around 800 to 1,000 boats per day ply through this lagoon. So according to the Jaffna Municipal Council data we gathered from the 2009, they mentioned there are around more than 20,000 tons of garbage collected annually, means around 50 to 60 tons daily they collected the garbage, and the sewage is around daily it's range between 80 to 90, and annually they collected 29,200 meter cube sewage, and the wastewater particularly they collected from the bathing and from the food shops, as they are categorized as the wastewater. It's around more than 32,000 meter cube per year. And beyond that, they are practicing the segregation prior to the dumping of the garbage in the Kakadivu Island, and they are sending to the recyclers. So according to their segregation patterns, they said per year more than 90,000 kilograms of plastics and 50,000 kilograms of glass and 15,000 kilograms of iron materials are separated, and they were sent for the recyclers. Beyond that, they gave these details of the solid waste composition, domestic waste and hospital waste. These are the different types of waste they are collecting and dumping in the Kakadivu dumping yards. So when we look at the existing methods of solid waste management, even though the municipal council is collecting the waste daily from the shops and from the houses, but most of the area people are collected daily. They are not practicing the proper segregation materials when they give the handover to the collectors. So they face difficulties, and most of the time they give up, or the municipal council authorities are rejected the unseparated waste. Also, if they collected the large bulk of waste in particular day with the lack of facilities, actually they have compact loaders 5 and tractors more than 20 and pushcart 43. Sometimes they discard along the hostel area and the land sites before they reach to the Kakadivu or the Kalundai dumping yards. So when we look at the sewerage system, Jaffna town does not have a proper pipe-borne sewerage system, and several places liquid waste is dumped under the ground. So all these together have the effect of biological and chemical pollution, obviously. So when we look at this, introduction of comprehensive system has been a long-felt necessity, and successive administration have been projecting it. However, huge financial cost and the inability to find suitable sponsors are the major issues municipal councils facing to sort out this issue. At the same time, they have a sewerage scheme for the Jaffna city, and since the same reasons as I mentioned in the previous slides, they also identified these particular issues, and they plan to develop a sewerage scheme for the Jaffna system. So these are my conclusions and recommendations. Lagoon water quality has been degraded and subjected to severe pollution and microbial contamination. Discharge of effluent water from fishing vessels, domestic refuses, and to the coastal environmental is a major threat. So we recommend this study, not only this study, the relevant authorities should take an intensive and systematic research studies needed to carry out in order to identify the actual threats for the marine biota, and as well as we have to adapt an standard approach to control and minimize the issues arising in this lagoon in order to protect for the future. So I propose and I bring these issues to the forum to work on towards the Earth Day the world is planning to celebrate next year in a large scale, particularly focusing on lagoons around the globe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. I think bringing up an important issue and then highlighting the importance of addressing that. I think you had touched upon basically the pollution assessment in Jaffna Lagoon, but of course some of that in data you presented are related to the Jaffna Municipal Council, the way I feel. Anyway, so we can open now for questions from first from the audience. Any question from this presentation? Okay, everyone is hungry. Probably from the panel, Professor Ajit.
Yeah, definitely a story of degraded lagoon, unfortunate. Just a quick, you said about these two dump sites. One is an active dump site and one is the old dump site, and also the hospital all discharging to the same place. Can you tell me quickly what's the BOD-COD ratio from your data? I cannot read the y-axis. BOD to COD ratio for.
Actually, all three dumping sizes ranges between 30 to 34 BOD, COD.
No, ratio if you BOD over COD, I mean, two values you have?
It's half. The COD is double than the BOD.
Okay, so that's more for degradable characteristics then.
Yes.
I see. Right. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Just a quick question. The waste generation data you present are general waste generated in the municipal council. No, it's not related to those dump or related to this Jaffna Lagoon, right?
Yes, but actually all the waste collected under the Jaffna Municipal Council and the adjoining another local authority, Nallur Pradesh Sabha, both are dumping at the same place. It's located in the Karpadevu. There is a large dumping site. It is a large dumping site in Jaffna. Yes.
So you are talking about the municipal solid waste collected by the local authorities. So
Yes.
what the percentage approximately, when you look at the generation, what the percentage collected by the local authority? Roughly?
Roughly, it's around 80% of the Jaffna and Nallur Pradesh Sabha regions were collected.
80% of generation. For example, in Colombo, rather Western Province is 60%. The average in other provinces is like 25%. But I don't have a separate one for the Jaffna. I think it may be less than that. I think not 80%.
Less than would be, yes.
The issue there is what's happening to the other. If it is less than 50, let's say, so the majority will be managed by individual generators, no, some other way. The question is what's happening to that one, no? So that's another question. So we can look at that aspect. So really waste management is not just done by the local authority alone. So second one is now we have this chemical and other hazardous waste, hospital waste and so on, which are not managed by the local authority. These are managed by the generator. Do you have any idea regarding this hazardous or maybe hospital waste, what's happening to those?
Hospital waste, actually, the hazardous, that means heavy metals like those things they are using for the surgical and the x-rays, those wastages are sent to the Telipalai, near to the Kanke Sindurai. There is a specific waste disposal yard they develop for the hospital, that hazardous waste, disposal. It's not located closer to the sea. It's in the land area. That waste collection center is developed recently.
Okay, right.
In the northern coast.
Right. Probably they may have maybe a treatment facility too, like incinerator, maybe metamizer, and then there'll be, so What I mean is basically I think we have to look at all the different type of waste generated which can contribute to the pollution in the Jaffna lagoon. So it's a very good I think project to start it, but I think you have to continue with those and then look at what are the potential solution for these issues. So thank you, Miss. I think we can conclude. Yeah, so we have one more question. Sorry.
Are they throwing any trash fish into the lagoon? The fishermen, lagoon fishermen? In Jaffna it is happening. So maybe the biological material is having the trash fish. So I think we must use this fish for some other industry. This is not a waste.
Yeah, sure. We can use it as for any other way of value-added products, and we can produce. We have to adapt that practice. Actually,
Yeah. There's one more question. Yeah. Ms. Hemanti.
It's a question, but I think an idea also. That is, Jaffna Lagoon being so large, and municipal council is only located in a small area, although it collects the waste in a proper way, but others also contribute. And so I think in studies like that, it would be good to have I really don't know the name of it, but when a waste is dumped to the lagoon, I mean, the travel of that one. And when it, with the way, the currents and all that, I mean, when dispersion, I think, no, it's a dispersion. So we have to, either model that dispersion and see how bad the things are, because always we might sample few locations and say it's really bad. But this, we are talking about a very large body which really moves constantly. So if the dispersion is, happening, so we don't have to worry about it too much also. But I have never seen this kind of studies, or not that I have never seen, but very limited when we talk about waste. I think, yes, waste experts are here. I guess, I'm not a waste expert, but I think that this dispersion modeling should be factored into the waste studies.
I think NARA is conducting such modeling because in the coal power plant I saw there some model done by, probably are aware that this the coal ash, how it disperses, and so
yes,
that's
because I know that in other Western countries, I've worked in Canada for some time. I know that they don't do any treatment if it gets dissipated within a very short time. I mean, they really don't bother to treat at all.
Right. Same thing happen even chimney. Like sometimes we allow it to, leave the chimney. So then, for the allow to disperse, but then there may be long-term effects also, right? So to treat,
The major issue is not that now. Professor Ruchira mentioned about trash fish, but then the fish, what that you catch. The quality, if it's a degraded lagoon, your catch should also be a bioindicator of the situation. Yeah.
The MEPA are initiating now program for fishery harbors to manage this waste by looking at the concept of not only waste management but also looking at this blue economy thing. There will be some pilot project coming, so with that I think we can address this type of thing. I think we are the modeling also, I think it's an important aspect. Yes, right. Thank you. I think very positive comments and also very productive comments from the the questions. So we'll move into the last one. Sorry, there's one more presentation. So it's a physical one. That's on holistic waste management approach for coastal and marine areas of Sri Lanka. So that will be presented by Mr. Nipun, right, from Strike and Trust. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Our research topic is Holistic Waste Management Approach for Coastal and Marine Areas of Sri Lanka. My name is Nipun Dias, and other authors are Damita Samarakon and Dennis Momba. And here's the content of our presentation. First of all, I would like to give a brief introduction and some background for our research work. We all know that the solid waste management is one of the major issues that we are facing in the world nowadays. And according to the World Bank report, the global waste will increase by 70% on current level by 2050. And if you carefully refer this figure number 1, you can clearly see that the South Asian and the East Asian countries are the highest waste generators in the world compared to the other countries. And according to the World Bank report further indicates that the Asian cities or the countries, future countries will contribute to over 50% of the global solid waste generation by 2030. And totally, world generate about 2 billion tons of municipal solid waste annually, and at least 33% of them are not properly managed. So the it's estimated 8 million tons of plastic waste enter the world ocean each year due to different human activities. If I talk about the local conditions, due to the increase of the population and economic development of Sri Lanka during the past few years, the waste generation has been increased tremendously during the past few years, and the available information indicate that the total amount of solid waste generation in Sri Lanka is about 9,000 tons per day, and about 60% of the waste generated in western provinces collected by local authorities, but the other provinces, that percentage is about 25%. Then the research problem. So the degradation of the coastal habitats and the biodiversity are the results of this improper management of waste. And the sources of pollution in Sri Lanka coastal zone include the sewage discharges, urban stormwater runoff, and poorly managed solid waste, organic waste, and also toxic and hazardous chemicals in industrial waste, and also the effluents from the industries. There are a couple of aims of our study. Identify the indicators need to localize the holistic waste management approach to Sri Lankan context. And the second one is to implementation of this concept of holistic waste management to the local region with the consideration of the life cycle of waste, generation of the waste, and all stakeholders that include in the solid waste management process. And there are 3 objectives of the study. First one is to capture the indicators or the elements of this holistic waste management approach for a selected site, and then identify the key stakeholders of this waste management process. And also the important one is that awareness creation and the capacity building among the communities to manage waste in more sustainable manner. I think that's the foundation of this holistic waste management process or the approach. Then I'm going to give a brief explanation about this holistic waste management concept. In earlier, we have used this integrated sustainable waste management. In this ISWM, we have focuses on only one waste stream. As an example, for wastewater, we have a separate waste management plan. For solid waste, we have a separate solid waste management plan. But now the holistic waste management approach has introduced, and this holistic waste management approach focuses on all these multimedia sources, including wastewater, solid waste, and also the emission of this from the other waste. And also this holistic waste management approach consists with the multi-stakeholder partnerships. That is, I think, fundamental thing in the holistic waste management from the beginning of that. And it would also include all the components of this waste management stages. From the waste generation, waste segregation, waste collecting and the dumping. All these stages should consider when the designing process of this holistic waste management approach. And as I mentioned in the first point, the involvement of all the stakeholders of this waste management process is very important. And the other thing is that the circular economy, that means that in this holistic waste management approach, the waste should be income, not just expense to the economy. Then the waste management hierarchy, I think this is a major guiding principle for this holistic waste management approach. So the most preferred option in this waste management hierarchy is that prevention of waste generation, and the least preferred option is that the disposal of the waste. I think if we consider about the local condition, we are going from bottom to top. We are firstly consider about the disposal of the waste, but in this holistic waste management process, the most preferred option is the prevention of the waste generation. And we should localize this waste management hierarchy according to the selected site or selected area. As examples, let's say get the prevention of waste generation. We should consider about the site conditions and select what are the best options that should select for this prevention of waste generation for that area. And the methodology is constituted with 4 elements: site selection, preliminary site visit and the meeting with local authorities, and then collection and analyzing of waste data, then the focus group discussion. These are the 4 elements of the methodology. And the site selection, we have selected Vattala Pradeshiya Sabha for our study because Vattala is a large suburb of Colombo city and it's not too far from Colombo. It's about 9 kilometers away from Colombo and has a higher distribution of large-scale industries, including that Keravalappity industrial zone. And also, if you can see, I'm not sure you can see that graph clearly, that fishery of the Kovida fishery harbor and also the very important lagoon, Lunav Lagoon, also inside that Vattala Pradeshiya Sabha area with that large mangroves area also inside that Lunav Lagoon area. So those are the factors that we have concern when selecting Vattala Pradeshiya Sabha. So the preliminary study of the Vattala Pradeshiya Sabha area, from the initial site visit we have noticed and we have identified that the Vattala area is highly polluted area and it needs a proper waste management plan or the process. So we have conducted a couple of waste collection in the lagoon area with the support of local communities to identify what are the composition of the accumulated waste in the area. What we have done is we have collected the waste in the area in 5 days, and we have segregated the waste, and we have calculated the weight of the each waste samples. And the composition we got is that 61% of them are non-degradable, and 39% of them are degradable. And data collection analysis, we have conducted a meeting with Vattala Pradeshiya Sabha to identify what are the existing solid waste management plan in that area. And we got to notice that the Vattala Pradeshiya Sabha has divided the Vattala area to 3 sub-administrative divisions, namely Handala, Pamanugama and Valisara. According to that data, the both organic and non-organic waste collected separately. And organic waste collection is done twice a week, and the recycled waste is done only once a week. The collected organic waste are transported to the Kovida biogas plant, and the recyclable waste is transported in the recycling plants. And the data gathered from the Pradeshiya Sabha indicate that the waste generation in that area is about 80 tons per day, but the waste collection is that to only 20 tons per day. So the problem is that the rest of the waste is not managed properly in that area. So we have analyzed the solid waste generation composition in that area. We have noticed that the higher percentage of plastic and glass are generated in this area, and other higher percentages are the paper and metal and other e-waste. So we have conducted several focus group discussions in that area to identify the gaps and needs in that existing waste management process in the ground level, and also to creating awareness among the community about the waste management, and to share some knowledge about how the waste management do in sustainable way, and also to share the knowledge about the importance of the coastal and marine areas, and also share some knowledge about the impacts from the coastal pollution. For these focus group discussion, people from tourism sector and also people from the communities and also the coastal fishery communities are also participated. As the conclusion, I can say that the holistic waste management should be localized for the region with the multi-stakeholder engagement, and the local authorities should play a key role in this waste management process. And the awareness creation and the capacity building among the communities is very important in this holistic waste management to manage the waste in more sustainable way. And this holistic waste management should be cover all the aspects, not just focus on the managed waste, but it should also concern about the livelihood development and also the resource management in the area. And this holistic waste management approach should consider about the geographical conditions of that area, and available resources and technologies, and financial capabilities when selecting or the designing of this holistic waste management approach. So thank you all for this.
Yeah, thank you, Nipun. So it seems that it's an ongoing project, right? So yeah,
yes, sir.
Right. Okay, right. So I think we can open for questions from the audience. Any questions? Yeah, Mr. Pianta.
Why you mention this as a holistic waste management?
Because it consider about all the waste streams. I mean, solid waste, water, and all the emissions are also.
What about industrial, hazardous?
Yeah, all the waste are included in this process.
But when it comes to this, because that cannot be done by one local authority.
Yeah.
But the thing here then, when it comes to that Vattala, that when it comes to that Vattala Pradeshiya Sabha and Urban Council, that cannot be considered as two entities. So therefore, that we have to consider that provincial council, that there is a waste management authority. Western, when it comes to that Western province, that is the only province have that the authority established under that what is that called, that provincial statute. So that actually then that the national level that there is a hospital waste incinerator. So that all that waste is going there, Vattala, for the incineration. But that if you consider that holistic waste management, you have to consider everything together. But if you consider that Pradeshiya Sabha itself, that is right, that they are sending it to the COVITA. The COVITA is managed by Western Provincial Council, Waste Management Authority, so that they are helping. But that a lot of small programs for the collection of waste and make use of that as a resource and so on. But the thing here that I think if it is good to consider that when it comes to that waste management, that how what is that national government commitment, provincial setup, and local government. In the case of Vattala, then it is good.
Thank you, sir.
Professor Hemanthi.
In your results, you had shown that biodegradable waste is much less than the non-biodegradable waste.
Yes, madam.
So is it based on the place you collected? Because in the pictures we saw some collection. You had collected waste using the communities.
Yes, madam.
But I usually, this in Sri Lanka in general, biodegradable waste is much higher than the non-biodegradable waste, and especially in waste streams collected by Pradesh Sabha. So how can you explain that?
So basically, we are collected the accumulated data in the coastal areas. That those results are based on that, madam. So we got the higher percentage from the non-degradable. That means plastic and also polythene and glass, e-waste. Those things are the percentage of those things accumulated in the coastal areas are much higher than the degradable that we found.
Yeah, that differentiation was not seen in your presentation, although now you explained it. Because otherwise the results may be, not entirely correct, So therefore you have to say this is only based on these coastal areas, the waste generated in coastal areas, and you all have collected it, not the collection from the Pradesh Sabha. Thank you.
Muthurajavela, a lot of other local authorities, they are and private sector, they are discharging waste that low-lying areas. So that is not Pradesh Sabha area waste. Then a lot of even Colombo, that private waste collectors, they are going and they are dumping their waste at Vattala.
Thank you. Any other question from the audience? If not, I will ask the panel to ask questions.
Yeah. This is how much quantities generated from that, and maybe as they said, you have to distinguish the area, your study area, and the secondary data. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Just a comment. I also think the holistic concept would be quite challenging because once you put the gaseous emission, I can see the others. There may be a possibility of looking at, but I think you have to handle horses for courses, right? Trying to look at that kind of like overall thing. Okay, let's look at this, and then circular economy approach may be the way you should look at separately. Taking that wastewater and the sanitation and this DICCO with the biogas, I don't know whether are you getting sanitation waste, sewage waste also to that the gully bowsers are going there, or fish?
I'm not sure that we haven't.
Because that will be a very, like a small picture where a small situation where you can see, okay, can I manage these two waste together? Do I get a chance? The organic solid waste fraction plus the sewage fraction. If you can solve that type of thing, okay, that you can see, okay, you can get in there. But I would caution you against holistic looks nice in theory, yes, but practically may not be.
Thank you, sir.
I'm not really sure that biogas plant is operational now because it had some issues. I know it is operational now or? Biogas, okay.
Actually, that they are not generating biogas out of that, but the thing is that the vessels are used for anaerobic digestion.
Right. I think they have composting plant or something like that.
It's anaerobic
because if you in the biogas, they have converted to composting, I think.
Yeah, because actually it was initiated as that. So, but the thing is that now it's not continuing like that because the thing earlier there was a plan to have that make use of that biogas to have another project, but it didn't materialize.
Right, but it's managed by the Western Points Waste Management Authority. Yeah.
Yeah, please don't use biogas then, because a biogas plant without biogas is not a biogas plant.
Thank you. I think it's time to stop now because it's late. Like we were planning to stop at 2:15, but now it's almost 3. Thank you very much. I won't take much time, but just to conclude that, I think this topic is much important aspect, is pollution and the waste management and so on. And the 4 presenters or presentation basically cover different areas indicating the complexity and also the importance. So therefore I would like to thank the presenters, their co-authors, the collaborators, as well as the agencies for conducting important research and sharing with us. And also the thanks go to the organizers, the MEPA and Strike and Trust for organizing this event. So with that I will conclude. Thank you very much. And also I would like to thank the Professor Ajit Diallis and Dr. Amar Tung being the panel and asking very important questions. Thank you very much.
You to remain come in front to award the certificates for the people who are physically present in. First I would like to invite K.L.N. Dilini for presenting the qualitative and quantitative assessment of marine litter composition in coastal environment of 6 beaches in Mathura district, Sri Lanka. Then BMM Rajapaksha, assessment of microbial water pollution status of selected bathing sites located in southern coast of Sri Lanka. Then Nipun Dias for presenting holistic waste management approach for coastal and marine areas of Sri Lanka. Thank you very much. Thank you for the panelists. I would ask Professor Ajit Dialvis also to remain. We would present the plaques, mementos for the previous panelists. So that would be Chairperson of Marine Environmental Protection Authority and General Manager of the Marine Environmental Protection Authority, and Professor Ajit Dialvis to present. First, Professor Hemanthi Ranasinghe for chairing the first panel. Dr. Jayasiri. Thank you, Dr. Jayasiri. Then Professor Nirmali Pallewatta. Yeah, for the next panelist, Dr. Tusita Sukudapala for chairing the panel. Sorry, next panel we will do after. Okay, so the next panelist will be after lunch.
Thank you.
So we will break for lunch now. Very sorry for
to modify a collagen extraction protocols for warm water fish species by testing the possibility of extracting collagen at temperatures above 4 degrees Celsius and by replacing the dialysis step with a suitable alternative. Okay, let's move to the methodology section. First step was sample collection. Thus, skin of yellowfin tuna was collected from seafood processing plant. The reason behind the selecting yellowfin tuna was it is the highest processing fish species in Sri Lanka. So it generate huge amount of fish waste. And then for collagen extraction, the methods described by Arumugam et al., Nagai and Suzuki, Tan and Chan was selected as reference methods. But these methods we can't directly apply in our laboratory due to low facilities such as high centrifuge speed, 72 hours stirring facilities and many more. So first we had to slightly modify this method and it was named as Modified Protocol 1. And this modified protocol was again simplified and it was named as Modified Protocol 2. In here you can see the collagen extraction procedures. These steps are common for both Modified Protocol 1 and Modified Protocol 2. As I mentioned before, first fish skin was selected and then selected fish skin was minced to increase the surface area in order to increase the final yield. After that, this skin was treated with sodium hydroxide to remove non-collagen protein and pigments. Then treated with 0.5 m acetic acid for 72 hours. Next, salted out to obtain collagen precipitate. After that, perform refrigerated centrifuge to separate obtain collagen precipitate and then purified. In here, for Modified Protocol 1, used dialysis method for the purification and for Modified Protocol 2, used alternative method for purification. Finally, freeze-dried to obtain dried collagen powder. In here, I have clearly mentioned main differences of Modified Protocol 1 and Modified Protocol 2. The used process operation temperature of Modified Protocol 1 was 4 degrees Celsius and Modified Protocol 2 was 16 degrees Celsius. The used purification method of Modified Protocol 1 was dialysis method and for the Modified Protocol 2, washed with cold distilled water to remove sodium chloride and acetic acid. After the extraction, next step is characterization. As a characterization, FTIR was obtained. Okay, let's move to the results and discussion section. When look at into the obtained collagen yield, both methods give high yield, but extraction time duration is low in Modified Protocol 2, as well as results of FTIR confirm 16 degrees Celsius also suitable for the collagen extraction. Furthermore, presence of amide A, B, 1, 2 and 3 confirm that extracted collagen is belong to type 1 and as well as all characteristics peaks are in between correct ranges. In addition, absorption ratio between the AMI3 band and band near to 1450 becoming near to 1 is an indicator of preserving the triple helical structure of collagen molecule during the extraction. So, absorption ratio of collagen extracted from modified protocol 1 was 1.08 and the absorption ratio of collagen extracted from modified protocol 2 was 0.75. Further, if present sodium acetate traces, the spectra should be shown 2 strong band at 1540 and 1410. But the absence of such kind of bands, it means alternative purification methods also success. Okay, these are the conclusions. 69% of collagen was successfully extracted from discarded fish skins using the modified protocol 2, and it's belong to type 1 collagen. Especially, further experiments are needed to optimize the extraction methods and also should focus on finding other potential species for collagen extraction, as well as all the results prove the possibility of using the modified protocol 2 to extract collagen from warm water fish skin. Economically feasibility need to be assessed to develop it to industrial scales. These are the references which I used. Finally, I want to thank Ahead Projects, Wayamba University of Sri Lanka and your kind attentions. And thank you.
So this was the presentation which was supposed to be done in the first session. Since they were not able to come on Zoom, it was sent on a video. Simplification of collagen extraction protocol modification for processing, temperature and purification setup. So before starting the third session, I would like to invite Dr. Turney. Presentation of those awards, are they ready? Yeah, so we would proceed with the third session. I would like to invite so third session will be, technical session will be on fisheries, aquaculture, marine environment and blue economy. We have 6 presentations. To chair the session, I would like to invite Professor Ruchira Kumaratunga to come onto the head table. Dr. Gamampila,
General Manager of MEPA, for inviting me for this occasion. And this session is involving presentations on fisheries, aquaculture and marine environment and blue economy. I think it's a timely subject, and I think we have to think about it if we want to really develop Sri Lanka in a sustainable manner. And also, if we want to use our natural resources in a sustainable manner. So there are 6 presentations. The first one will be on determination of suitable feed for mass culture of Moina macrocopa. There are several authors. I think the paper is presented by R.A.S.K. Ratnayaka. You'll be given 10 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I am going to present my research presentation on determination of suitable feed for mass culture of Moina macrocopa. Now I move to the introduction part. Fish feeds are 2 types, live feeds and formulated feed. Artemia nauplii, rotifer, bloodworm, daphnia, mosquito larvae, moina are live feed in ornamental fish industry. Utilization of appropriate feed in larval stages of fish is most important to development of ornamental fish industry. Fish in natural environment, they have enough nutrition content and they fulfill their nutritional requirement through the natural food items. But in fish farming, they haven't their favorite food items, and it causes for the nutrition deficiency of the fish. Live feeds are rich with all nutrients such as essential proteins, lipid, carbohydrates, vitamins, minerals, amino acid and fatty acid. Therefore, live feed known as the capsule of nutrition. And live feed are easily ingested and digested by fish larvae, and live feed improve the water quality. Moina macrocopa is a freshwater cladoceran belonging to the family Moinidae, and they are mostly found in shallow water bodies and eutrophic environment. Objective of my research is to determine suitable feed for mass culture of Moina macrocopa. Problem justification. Moina macrocopa used as live feed in ornamental fish industry. Currently, Chlorella vulgaris used as feed for Moina macrocopa. But ornamental fish farmers are not familiar for culture of Chlorella vulgaris because cost is high and difficult to maintain suitable conditions for Chlorella vulgaris. Therefore, important to find out easily available feed to get highest production of Moina macrocopa. Moina macrocopa are highly available in Sri Lankan water bodies, but is still not mass culture for the commercial mass culture as commercial level in ornamental fish industry. My research was conducted under the 2 experiments. Experiment 1 conducted to find out the suitable feed and its amount for culture of Moina macrocopa, and Experiment 2 conduct for the finding a best feed and its amount for culture of Moina macrocopa. Two experiments are follow the same method. First, sample collection. Samples were collected from mud pond using the plankton net, and then isolate the Moina macrocopa using cavity glass and fine dropper. After that, develop the stock culture of Moina using Chlorella vulgaris. After that, inoculate the Moina into the tank. Experiment 1 use the three types of feed: soy flour, yeast, and prima fish feed note. Feed suspension prepared. Feed suspension was prepared by using soy flour 1 gram dissolved in 1 liter of water, then filtered by using 60 micrometer net, and prepared the stock solution of soy flour. According to this manner, prima fish feed note and baker's yeast solution, stock solution was prepared and feed implement after 48 hours in every feeding times. After the 7 days, collect the five samples in one tank, and 100 milliliter water samples collect and preserve using 70% of ethanol, and after that count the Moina in samples. This is the results of experiment 1, and positive results in each treatment were used for the experiment 2. Experiment 2 was conducted with 10 to the power 4 cells per milliliter Chlorella vulgaris using for the experiment 2. Same of the data collection of the experiment 1. Data collection of experiment 1, same for the experiment 2. Finally, harvested each tank, and biomass weight was measured. According to the analysis, different treatments and total wet weight of Moina macrocopa were significantly different, and also, but Chlorella vulgaris and prima fish feed note 22.5 milliliter per liter, there was no significant difference between these two treatments for count of Moina macrocopa. My conclusion is Chlorella vulgaris is the best feed for mass culture of Moina macrocopa, but Chlorella vulgaris can be replaced by prima fish feed note as a feed for mass culture of Moina macrocopa. It is easily and available. Future scope of the study is analyze the nutrition content of Moina macrocopa with different feed. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the paper is open for discussion, questions. paper is open for discussion. I have one question. Did you do a cost-benefit analysis? Now, for production of moina, currently it is much, cheaper when compared to the methods used normally.
No, but Chlorella vulgaris as a feed, laboratory conditions, so it is, I think it is
costly.
Yes, actually the well-known fact that chlorella used as a culture media for mass production of moina. It's a well-known fact that culture, especially in the Asian countries, it's well developed and it's not a new. But the thing is, in Sri Lanka, actually we need better laboratory facilities for culture pure chlorella. If contaminate with other algae like filamentous algae and other things, is completely difficult to eat for moina. Therefore, actually the chlorella is suitable by the size, the smaller size. We compare with the filamentous algae. Actually, it needs cost-benefit analysis. And the other thing is that rice bran and fish meal can be used as a supplementary feed for moina.
And because now you're presenting it at this forum, you must see whether the pollution factors also should be included, because when you're using these things, there can be pollution created due to some of these ingredients. So I think you have to do a cost-benefit analysis and the environmental impacts also. It's a good presentation, but you have to add those two factors also. Are there any more comments or questions?
And also I suggest the same thing. You need to analyze the nutrient content of the moina at the end of the experiment. That is important.
Okay. In the absence of any more questions, we'll thank the presenter in the usual manner. Now we'll move on to the next paper. It is a video. Preliminary study on effect of biofloc formation in water quality parameters and growth performance of Lithopineus venami pond culture.
Good afternoon to all. My research topic is preliminary study on the effects of biofloc formation on water quality parameters and growth performance of Lidapnas venami cultured in earthen ponds in Sri Lanka. This is the outline of my research presentation. Introduction. The Pacific white-leg shrimp Lidapnas venami has high demand and economic value in foreign market. High density tolerance, survival in wide range of salinity and temperature are the advanced characters for favoring Lidapnas venami culture. Only 20–30% of feed nutrients are retained in the shrimp's body mass. Lidapnas venami farming has been recently introduced into Sri Lanka, and now it is expanding rapidly. Farming of Lidapnas venami produce high organic load, creating environmental issues, so it is important to implement the biofloc farming system. Studies focusing the biofloc farming technology on Lidapnas venami culture are highly required for the sustainable shrimp aquaculture in Sri Lanka. Objective of the study, study about the biofloc formation in Lidapnas venami farming system and introduction of proper biofloc farming technology to the farming industry in Sri Lanka. Methodology for the study, site selection, data collection, Sampling statistical analysis. Selected site for the study. Detectness Economic Farm, Subprivate Seafood Private Limited, Erikalambutti Manor was selected as study area. Among the HTPE lining, 22 culture ponds in the farm, 3 biofloc treatment ponds and 1 control pond were used for the study. Preparation of fermented rice bran and feeding. 80 kg of rice bran, 500 g of yeast and 200 g of PC7 were used to prepare the FRP. All the ingredients put into a 1000-liter tank and filled up to 800 liters with lagoon water and provided 48 hours continuous aeration. 50 liters of FR was added only for biofloc treatment ponds daily morning after the feeding, and FR was not added for control pond. Pelleted and crumbled shrimp feed was added to both treatment and control ponds. Data collection, water quality data collection, salinity, dissolved oxygen, pH, temperature, and transparency of the biofloc treatment and control ponds were measured daily. Analysis of tan, nitrite, nitrate, and alkalinity was done weekly using aqua test kit. Biofloc volume data collection. Samples were collected from 4 ponds once every 2 days at 8 hours of the day throughout the study period. Biofloc volume was measured for 1 liter of each sample using ink of corn. First, mix the sample properly and fill the ink of corn up to 1 liter and kept 45 minutes to settle the suspended particle. After 45 minutes, stir the inner upper surface area of the corn and allow to settle, and after another 15 minutes, the volume of biofloc was recorded. Sampling. Shrimps were sampled weekly using CastNet. Total weight of samples was measured and divided by the count of sample to get the average body weight. Daily gain body weight was calculated. Final body weight of Didapus venom was calculated after the harvest. Statistical analysis, growth performance of Vanami and water quality parameters during the culture period in both treatment ponds were analyzed using Minitab 17 statistical software. Specific growth rate of shrimp and feed conversion ratio were calculated. Biofloc volume and water quality parameters were analyzed. Next, move to result and discussion. This graph shows the variations of. Next, move to results and discussion. This graph shows the variations of biofloc volume in the ponds during the culture period. 3 treatment ponds have higher biofloc volume than control pond because in treatment ponds FRB addition increase the biofloc volume. This is a graph showing the variations of transparency in the ponds during the culture period. Transparency of treatment pond is lower than control pond because in treatment pond FRB addition increase the biofloc volume. Increasing biofloc volume resulted more biofloc suspension particles. Increasing suspension particles decrease the transparency of the treatment pond. So the transparency of the treatment pond is lower than control pond. This graph shows the variations of dissolved oxygen in the ponds during the culture period. Requirement of dissolved oxygen in the treatment pond is high because in treatment ponds, Lidapus banami and heterotrophic bacteria which is present in the biofloc both are need oxygen. So the dissolved oxygen level in the treatment pond is lower than control pond. So this graph shows a variation of temperature in the ponds during the culture period. At lower temperature, defloculations of bioflocs occur because in decreased temperature, microbial activity decrease, and higher temperature, more particles flocculate. So the temperature changes affect the floc volume in the treatment ponds and control ponds. And this graph shows the variations of TAN concentration in the ponds during the culture period. TAN concentration of treatment pond is decreased after the middle period of farming years because in treatment pond, FRB addition increase the heterotrophic bacterial growth. So the ammonium in the treatment pond oxidized into nitrite by ammonium oxidizing bacteria. So in the treatment pond, TAN concentration decrease, but in control pond, TAN concentration increase. This graph shows the variation of concentration of nitrite in the ponds during the culture period. In treatment ponds, nitrite concentration decrease after middle period because in treatment ponds, FRB addition increase the heterotrophic bacteria, includes nitrifying bacteria. So the nitrite in the ponds change into nitrate. So the nitrate concentration decrease in treatment ponds, but in control ponds it increase. This graph shows the variations of average body weight in the ponds during the culture period. Average body weight of treatment pond is better than control pond because in the treatment pond, FRB addition increase the average body weight of stream and survival of the stream. Table show the p-values of water quality parameters according to biofloc volume. Table shows the p-values of water quality parameters with average biofloc volume of 3 treatment ponds according to regression analysis. Water quality parameters show significant difference with average biofloc volume of the ponds. Table shows the mean values of water quality parameters of treatment and control ponds. According to this table, treatment is better than control ponds. specific growth rate of treatment pond and control pond were calculated using this equation. Based on the specific growth rate value in treatment pond is better than control pond because in treatment pond the shrimps in the based on the specific growth rate value, biofloc enhances the growth and survival of shrimp. Feed conversion ratio of treatment and control pond were calculated using this equation. Based on the FCR value in treatment pond, biofloc consumption reduced the pelleted crumble shrimp feed consumption. This is the final conclusion. FRB addition encourages biofloc formation in treatment ponds. Treatment ponds indicated the highest biofloc species richness. Increasing microbiological biomass may lead to enhanced specific growth rate of shrimp and reduce feed conversion ratio. Biofloc treated ponds indicated good water quality parameters, reducing the water exchange requirements in the culture ponds. These are the references of my research. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the paper is open for questions and comments.
Professor, since it's we can only give comments, it's on a video, recorded video, not on Zoom.
Comments.
We might
okay. Actually, I would like to give comments because now you have taken only one control pond. So your experimental design is not complete. If you are having 3 experimental ponds, you should have 3 control ponds. Otherwise, how can you really compare them? Because one pond is not enough. And also, you said this is better and this is bad, but you did not give whether it is a significant difference between the control and the treatment. So I think this experiment should be designed in a way that you can compare the results in a statistical through a statistical analysis.
Yeah, I also say the same. The specific growth rate, there are not mentioned any significant differences, and also I think it's better to monitor the survival rate. It's not mentioned any data about the survival rate of shrimp. So I think the experiment design is will be developed. So,
are there any other comments? In the absence of any comments, I think we will move on to the next paper and thank the authors in a usual manner. The third paper is on present status of shrimp farms in Maravilla Chilau stretch, northwestern province, Sri Lanka, with emphasis on climatic change impacts. So the presentation will be done by Zoom. There are 2 authors, HDAST Samaranayaka and DGL Dahanayaka. I think the presenter should be Samaranayaka, Ms. Samaranayaka.
We have also not yet got any response over the Zoom. Is Mr. Samaranayaka present here?
Yes, sir. Hello. Sir, can you hear me?
Alright, so it's yeah, we can hear you. Okay.
Good afternoon, all of you. Now I'm going to conduct my presentation, but I can't switch on my video. But unexpectedly, I underwent surgery for appendicitis. The day before yesterday. Now I share my presentation. My topic is present status of shrimp farms in Maravilichila stretch, northwestern province, Sri Lanka, with emphasis on climate change impacts. Field of study. My field of study is coastal aquaculture. The shrimp farms which are located in Maravila, Ambakandavila, Toduava, Iranavila, Chilau within the Putlam district in northwestern province. I selected zone 1. It includes the subzones. Introduction. Shrimp farm is the most lucrative aquaculture activity, but in present it restricts to the northwestern province because Mundal Lake Dutch Canal brackish water system serves as the major water resource, and this water body has limited level of tidal mixing due to its shallow depth, and estuaries well suited to shrimp farming. And also this region has a good road network and easy to access to airport and harbour for fresh products. This industry typically practices in brackish water and one of the major foreign exchange earners of Sri Lanka. The farm shrimp export accounts for approximately 50% of the total export earnings from Sri Lankan fisheries. There are two growing categories. These are the two growing categories: black tiger shrimps and white leg shrimp. We known as the Pineus monodon as black tiger shrimp, and the Lithopineus vanemi is white leg shrimp. But the productivity of Lithopineus vanemi is higher than compared to the Pineus monodon. Now we move to the shrimp production. These graph shows the total shrimp productions from 2005 to 2019. In 2005, the production was very decreased because due to disease outbreak, white spot disease outbreak. Then the disease outbreaks interrupt the growth and viability of the industry. In recent 1996 and 1998 yellowhead disease and 2005 white spot syndrome virus. The dual problem of white spot syndrome virus and yellowhead disease caused an approximately 70% drop in export industry. Risk in shrimp industry is much higher due to climate change related incidents. Some of them are temperature, precipitation, drought and extreme climate events. We know like cyclones, storms, floods that affect infrastructure and livelihoods. Shrimp farming is also exposed to direct and indirect impacts of climate changes. Some of them are precipitation. The precipitation variation and temperature variations directly affect to salinity fluctuation and pH levels. These are my aims and objectives to recognizing the factors that impede the climate change, to address the emerging climate change issues in the shrimp culture in Maravilichila area with regard to identify mitigation measures and provide recommendations with respect to climate changes to support the development of sustainable shrimp farming practices in Northwestern Province. Assess key risk factors that have significant impacts on farm profitability. Now we move to the methodology. I selected 20 shrimp farms random basis. I collected data through questionnaire survey, household interviews, focus group discussions, informal talks, observations, and literature reviews. I completed my questionnaire survey and field visits conducted from November 2019 to July 2020. This is my results part. My results mainly depend on questionnaire survey, household interviews, and the field of the study of field in subzone 1. In my study area, actually during my research period, farmers have been cultivated Pineus monodon. Pineus monodon SPF monodon, we called specific pathogen-free species for 2020 yellow crop, and some farmers have been cultivated Lithopineus 1 for 2020 maha crop. This is the comparison of 2019 maha crop and 2020 yellow crop. This graph clearly shows the production of these two species. In 2019, most of farmers growing SPF monodon species, and 2020 yellow crop, they cultured Lithopineus vanami species. The production is higher than the Lithopineus vanami production is higher than Pineus monodon species. This graph I categorize A1, A2 like in Ambakandavere area. I selected 5 groups. A1 means the in Ambakandavere area, farm number 1, farm number 2 likewise. Now we move to the discussion part. In discussion, the brood stock of wild captured shrimp production has been recorded higher. Of salinity, management for heavy rainfall, management for drought. Following measures are important while improving economic viability and long-term farm level sustainability of small-scale shrimp farms in Sri Lanka. Some of them are increase in production quantity, reduction in production cost, diversify market and products, improve quality of products, and minimizing environmental impacts. These are my recommendations. I recommended in detail survey on SPF species. SPF means specific pathogen free species, and I introduced SPF species for cultivation. Strengthen the pond embankment to protect against flood and promote small-scale farmers, because this industry provide more job opportunities for rural peoples. And promote integrated farming to avoid conflict, and reforest mangroves in directed shrimp farms for cost in protection and site selection, promote tiger shrimp and carp production in mangrove area also. These are the key references. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Now the paper is open for discussion. Now, you said that the monodon production has gone down and vanami production has gone up. Is it because now people are concentrating more on vanami than monodon? How do you compare that?
My research area, through the questionnaire survey, the farmers' attitude positive for the cultivation vanami species than monodon, and they get they get high profit than monodon.
And also now you were talking about climate change. I think you have only studied have actually carried out this study for several months. So is it climate change or weather changes? So it's just
Yes,
the
sir,
rainfall. I think whenever rainfall, if there is rainfall, it affects the salinity. So is it correct to use the word climate change?
And also I suggest that it mentioned the emphasis is title is presented shrimp farm in Maravilla, Chilao Strait, northwestern province, Sri Lanka, with emphasis on climate change impact. But I didn't see any data on climate changes. That's really I don't criticize, but in the topic, even if we go to the abstract, I didn't see any numbers, any data or any statistical analysis and other things also. And there is some general things, like well-known general things, and also they say that FCR, one may need more feed. We did not mention in the what is the FCR or
the data, no?
Yeah, it's not supported by any data. It's not any data in the even the abstract.
And also you said that you spoke about environmental impacts. Have you done any studies to see whether there are any environmental impacts from vanami culture? Actually, they have introduced it, but are you sure that it is not causing any damage to our natural fauna and flora? I think we have to really check on those matters without just talking about the difference between the production of monodon and vanami, because in the long run we may see other impacts, environmental impacts. So we have to really check them before we talk about which one is better than the other.
Excuse
excuse me, can I ask, may I also give my views? I'm through Zoom.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm Dilanthi Koralagama. Yeah, I also agree with the panel. I didn't see anything related to climate change. You have, the presenter mentioned flood as the climate change, flood droughts. These are not the climate change where we are referring from recent past. So this is the climate we are having: dry zone, dry season, wet season, and flood is according to that. I didn't see any information, any statistics related to any data related to climate change. I think there is a vacuum between your objectives and your results. So if you can feel that, then you are in line with the topic. Otherwise, the term you are using, climate change, is not matching with what you are presenting.
Even that the experiment period is very less than 1 year.
Yes.
We can't talk about the climate change.
We cannot, and I don't know how she has done this simple random sampling even by selecting this. Did you use any sampling frame?
Did not mention. Actually, it's just a questionnaire. So actually, even we did not see what she really, what sort of information she collected actually.
Yeah,
so maybe yeah. I think you have to support your the recommendations with observations and also data. There is nothing to for your recommendations. There is no data presented. So I think in future you have to really prepare them in a more scientific manner, because when you make recommendations, it's for the whole country and maybe internationally people are looking at it. So I think you have to be more scientific when we are presenting papers like this, because this has a global interest. Anyway, I don't think there are any other questions. So we'll move on to the next paper. We'll thank the presenter. The next one is also video. Trends in skipjack tuna, Katsumas pelamis, catches reported from Kalutara fishery harbours in western Sri Lanka.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to present our study on trends in skipjack tuna, Katsuanus pelamis, catches reported from a fishery harbour in Kalutara in western Sri Lanka. Skipjack tuna fishery has gained high attention in Sri Lanka as well as in global fishing industry due to its significant contribution for marine capture production. In 2018, world catches of skipjack tuna exceeded 3 million tons, ranking the third highest catch and contributing 4% for the global capture production. Whereas in Sri Lanka, skipjack tuna becomes the most dominant species in the catch, comprising 13% for the total marine production. Sri Lankan fishers target migratory stocks of tuna in offshore fishing grounds located around the country throughout the year by using ring nets, gill nets, and long lines. However, the scarcity of the detailed analysis on skipjack tuna fisheries of Sri Lanka limits the data and the results provided for the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission for the sustainable management of the fishery. Therefore, present short-term study as a component of the undergraduate research study in 2020 attempted to provide an overview on the seasonality and the abundance of the skipjack tuna resources caught by Sri Lankan fishers. For that, catch data collected from the Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources from Bayerwale Fishery Harbour in Kalutara from 2015 to 2019 were analyzed for seasonal variation in total production, catch per unit effort in terms of catch per fishing trip, and gear-wise production. For the last 5 years, catch per unit effort seems to be increasing, probably be due to the modernization of the vessels, its capacity, gear efficiency, and knowledge accumulated on fishing grounds due to newly established GPS on fishing grounds facilitated by facilitated vessel monitoring systems. During the study period, highest catch per unit effort was reported in 2018, which was 250 kilograms per trip, while the lowest was 132 kilograms per trip in 2015. Monthly LN catch per unit effort showed more or less similar pattern throughout all 12 months during the 5 consecutive years, except in 2019. Anyhow, higher catches were reported in February to March and September to November period. This peak fishing season coincides with the northeast monsoon and southwest monsoon periods in Sri Lanka. According to the available statistics, similarity in LN catch per unit effort was observed throughout the year 2019. This seasonal difference is more prominent in the total production trends as well. So it indicates the relative abundance of the species during the study period. When considered the gear-wise catch, the ringnets were counted significantly higher percentage, contributing 70%, followed by the gillnet, which was 25%. In conclusion, according to the available data, it seems a slight fluctuation in the production. Therefore, long-term data analysis should be done to determine the correct trend. Highest contribution for the total production is by ringnet catches. A much more comprehensive analysis could have been done if the GPS positioning of the respective fishing grounds could obtain from the vessel monitoring system to develop the potential fishing grounds and its seasonality, especially for forecasting. If the size distribution of respective species are available, the age structure of the population can be investigated to have a deeper understanding of the stock. So these are some of our references, and I would like to acknowledge Mr. Nuwan Gunabardhana, Director Information Technology Division of the Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, and all the staff members of the Department of Aquaculture and Fisheries, Vayamba University of Sri Lanka. And thank you very much.
The paper is open for comments. Actually, now you have presented the catch data, but now I think we have already reached the maximum sustainable yield, because that's why in 2019 it's not, the catch is almost the same every month. And also I think we don't have we have not done any fish population dynamic studies with respect to these economically important species. I think you should recommend that Sri Lanka should really do a survey to find whether this resource is gradually depleting, or whether actually the size of the fish captured are getting smaller. I think that sort of information has to be really collected
if we want to manage this fishery in a sustainable manner. And also, with climate change, our tuna resources might really deplete because they will go for other areas if the temperature increases in the Indian Ocean. Because tuna is a highly migratory species, it's high time that Sri Lanka think about these things because we are depending on tuna for export fishery. So I think we have to check the changes in temperature. Their migratory circuit should be studied by using mark and recapture or other satellite methods or whatever it is, and or biotechnology can be used. So we have to study the dynamics, and we have to get some idea about the resources available in the Indian Ocean, whether we are going to lose this important fishery in the near future due to climate change. So I think we should encourage the Sri Lankan government to do some studies on this important marine resource.
Yes, actually the highest production comes from rinnet, but it also, there are a number of studies going on to the effect of using rinnets for sustainability of fishery, because it collects all the small fishes and everything. It's a problematic, but there are a number of studies going on. We'll see what's the government decision, final stage of these studies.
Are there any other comments? We'll move on to the next paper and thank the authors of the previous paper in the usual manner. Next paper is on economic empowerment of local communities related to marine and coastal ecosystems. There are several authors: H.T.A.R. Karunananda, N.D.D. Wahalatantri, M.M.C.K. Marasinghe, Ezek Nayaka, and D. Mombio. I think the presenter must be H.T.A.R. Karunananda.
Good evening, everybody. So today I'm here to present on our research topic, economic empowerment of local communities related to marine and coastal ecosystems. And this is our research team, and my name is Ashan Karunananda. And these are the contents. And moving on to the introduction, the Sri Lankan coastline is 1,340 kilometers long, and the terrestrial waters extend to 22 kilometers from the shore, covering an area of 21,500 square kilometers. The exclusive economic zone extends outward of 370 kilometers from shore and covers a total area of 510,000 square kilometers of the Indian Ocean. So these coastlines provide good tourist destinations, as well as many families depend on fishing as a main source of income. So as shown in this table, on the bars in light blue shows the fishing households that depend on the marine sector only, and the darker bars show the fishing households which depend on the marine and the inland fisheries. So if you move from 1982 to 2001, there has been a rapid increase of people living in depending on these areas, and then it has been constant, where the livelihoods of about 1 million people depend on it. And moving on, in the other table, which I have included the annual fish production in Sri Lanka. Here, then again from 1980 and 2000, there has been a rapid increase in fish production to close to 500,000 megatons, and it has been continually maintained at that level. And in 2019, it has been able to find an income of rupees 113,386 million. So this shows that many people depend on the fishing sector. So in the marine and coastal ecosystem sector, and the research problem. So over the past decade, there has been an increase in threats to the coastal ecosystem, which include unsustainable development, overfishing, and the use of destructive fishing methods. So these severe degradation activities might cause a huge threat to the communities living in these which depend on the marine and coastal ecosystems. So this includes activities such as dynamite fishing and overfishing. So the main objective of this research was to analyze the potential for ecosystem related livelihood development in 2 selected administrative areas along the Sri Lankan western coast, and also to assess the biodiversity in these study sites. So moving on to the methodology, the study area. So 2 sites were chosen: the Kitesurfing Lanka, which is a small, which is a tourist hotel found at Kalpitia, which belongs to the Puttalam district, and also the Lunava Lagoon, which is a small patch of mangrove area, which is situated in Dikkovita and belongs to the Gampha district. So when selecting these sites, there were discussions with the Marine Environment Protection Authority and the Department of Coastal Conservation and Coastal Resource Management before we selected these sites. Further, before selecting these sites, we determined these areas as where, if you know the Puttalam, there are mangrove ecosystems, as well as in Nigambu area you can find mangroves, as well as these areas are visited by tourists. So it's a good area where you could promote ecotourism. For Puttalam, in a given time, tourists travel for kite surfing. So these times could be used in promoting ecotourism activities. As well as, if you know, Nigambu is also a good tourist destination, as well as these areas are highly important in promoting ecotourism. So then moving on to the further into the methodology, initial site visits were made, and the current impacts on these areas were assessed by stakeholder consultations, as well as during the site visits. And also a biodiversity assessment was determined to see the current status of the species which were habitat in the area. And also stakeholder consultations and focus group discussions were conducted in order to get more input. Moving on to the results and discussion. So this is a research conduct. The biodiversity assessment was conducted by Dr. Manoj Prasanna, and this is still unpublished, and this was done for Slike and Trust. And the flora, initially the 7 mangrove species were recorded at the Dikkovita site, representing the 33% of mangroves found in Sri Lanka. In addition, 10 mangrove associates were found at the Dikkovita site. And at Kalpitia, the site which is close to the tourist hotel, there were 5 mangrove species which were recorded, representing 5 families. Furthermore, a preliminary study was conducted on the fauna present at the Dikkovita site, and we were able to record 49 species of birds, 5 species of butterflies, and 8 species of dragonflies, and 2 species of mammals. So the slide shows some of the species which were recorded during the study. Furthermore, during the study, what we identified was one of the 2 sites. The Dikkovita site is located in a very urbanized area, and is even though it's in an urbanized area, and there are some threats to this area, but with these threats, but there is a good biodiversity in the area, existing area. So if you take the threats which we identified during the study were due to the oil spills, few of the mangrove species were died previously, and also a huge waste disposal. Improper waste has been dumped, found in these areas. And also the spread of invasive species was also identified. And more important thing that we identified was that the constructions, some of the constructions were really affecting the mangroves and these ecosystems. So, and during our, as I said, we came across a lot of waste. A cleanup was conducted in the area where we were able to clean up 10,000 kilos of waste in this site. So what can we do to this waste? So in a way, like the tourism industry has a drawback due to this COVID. But when this comes, if you can recycle these materials, if you take plastics, if you can turn them into souvenirs or something which is valuable, these things could be sold, and the people living in this area can find an income. And also another good concept that during our stakeholder consultation was the beach caretaker program, which was conducted by the Marine Environment Protection Authority, where a local in the area is designated to a particular coastline where the waste is being cleaned. So local in the area can find an income as well. So in conclusion, it was identified that the areas are ideal to promote ecotourism and waste management activities. However, the local communities in the selected areas require additional knowledge and skills and technical expertise in order to gain more knowledge in this area. So the biggest thing, the gap, is that the message should be taken into locals in a way they could understand, and it will be like, for example, if you take the ecotourism part, not to the mangrove conservation, but in the dry zone, the glacier roris is an endangered species and is very sensitive to the habitat destruction. But the local people are unaware of it and the income which they could generate from it. So usually during a night trail, local in the area could earn at least 2,000 to 5,000. So if these people are educated in these areas, they will take some steps to conserve these areas as well as they can find income. Similarly, if the people in this area, if they are educated in the importance of protecting this and the species which they could find and how they could find an income by it, definitely these areas could be protected. And these are my references. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Now the paper is open for discussion. Why do you think that the people in that area are not educated enough? I think we have been talking about mangroves for such a long time, so I think they should know the importance of mangroves. For the last several decades we have been talking about it. So I don't know whether the method of education is wrong, or I don't know.
I think they know the importance, but it was if we can simplify it, if every research which was being conducted can be explained to them in a very simplified form, it will and show them by doing this how can they find an income. The people in the area, when we were doing the visits, they knew that it was a bird, but if the tourists, what they require is small stories. If it goes from the local people, when we conduct, the tourists won't be satisfied. If this is done by the local people, they are more satisfied. And what we should do is we should share the simpler stories with them, where they could share with the tourists, and definitely they can find hopefully they could find a higher income.
But I think they try to make easy money. So if somebody gives them money, they will not really go for their own business enterprise. Actually, they will not go for it, because if they are given, somebody gives them money to clear the whole area, they will go for it. Okay. So I think we have to take we have to really maintain the law enforcement should be done properly. I think that is the most important thing. And the other thing is, importance of mangroves have been known for several decades. I don't think we have to teach them. They know. Their children are going to schools, universities. So I think we have been educating them for such a long time. So I think they should now implement them. So individually they have their responsibilities. Okay. So I think it's not they have the knowledge, but I think there should be something else. Now when you say ecotourism, there are ways and means of improving ecotourism. Now actually I think when at Turun University, Dr. Tani Pradeep Kumar and them did some coral reef planting. We can have artificial coral reefs for ecotourism. We must encourage that sort of things. So I think that for that, government has to take an initiative. People don't have enough money to get involved in such things. Somebody will have to give the initial initial funding. Otherwise, no one can individually do it. So I think there should be a proper plan for ecotourism also. And then the mariculture. Actually, I wanted to see more papers on mariculture. Now, we are talking about marine fish, depletion of marine fish catches. Have we ever tried to do any captivity breeding or to enhance the populations? Have we done anything? We have not done anything. And we are not really exploring our ocean, Indian Ocean around Sri Lanka properly. So I think that's how we have to think about the future. We have to get some more knowledge, and also the government should think about the helping research which will really help the economy of this country. Now, tuna culturing is done in different other countries where the tuna catches have depleted. What they do is they breed them in captivity and release the fingerlings into the ocean so that they can improve the populations. And now we have this sea bass culture in Trincomalee, but I'm not sure whether they have done a proper EIA. Now they are just feeding them in ponds, in cages. They're just dumping food. We don't know whether it's changing the environment because we have not monitored the environment before introduction of these sea bass cultures and after introducing the sea bass cultures. So actually we have to have some idea about what is available in our environment naturally, and then we have to find a way to introduce things without harming or with the least impact on the natural environment. So first of all, we have to monitor the environment before we think of any other developments. Are there any more comments or questions? Thank you. I think it's the last.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Speak a little loud.
Yeah, Madam, this is Dilanthi Koralagama. So I want to share my experience in Kalpitia area where I visited last month also. So in Kalpitia, the mariculture mean in the lagoon, they are doing moda culture, so we can improve, we can give opportunities for fishermen. They are in most of the coastal areas. It is true, as Ashan Karunananda mentioned, the coastal fishers are vulnerable, their income is losing, so we need to empower with them alternative livelihood activities. But ecotourism is not the only. That is not the panacea. That is not the only way of enhancing their livelihood. We have to think about the gender, both men and women. So especially for women, in Kalpiti area also, they don't have enough livelihood opportunities. So if you have conducted stakeholder analysis or workshop, you may be aware on that. So think about the gender aspects, and dried fish. Kalpitia dried fish is very popular and believed as a good quality dried fish. So we can empower these people, these coastal communities with their supreme product. And lagoon, in the lagoon environment, they are polluting, they are destroying the lagoon. I'm an eyewitness. A lot of garbage. Actually, I was discussing with the SLAS these days how we can intervene into this situation. So if we can, not only the ecotourism, sometimes with the face of ecotourism or with the face of this tourism, sometimes the bad thing will happen to the mangrove, all these things. So Mr. Ashan Arunananda, I would prefer if your study is balanced among all these disciplines, right? Not only ecotourism, not only ecosystem, all these things. We have to address all the parties, all the layers in the community. So please go ahead. I congratulate you. I wish you all the best. Go ahead, but in a balanced way, considering everybody in the all the stratas in the community, right? Yeah, thank you very much. It's really inspiring for me, because I was thinking about Kalpitia, the pollution, the sad stories, all these things. So I'm happy you are working there.
Thank you. That's a very important comment. And also I would like to make some comments, especially because this section is on fisheries and aquaculture. I think we have to really think about mariculture and also ecotourism, and then, as she mentioned, the dry fish industry. Now when we have gluts in production in MENA, what we do is we send everything to Colombo or some other area, but the quality of fish when transported to other areas are not really taken into consideration. So post-harvest handling of fish has to be really taken into consideration very seriously, because there is a 50% loss, post-harvest loss. And I think we have to think about these things. And also fish waste, it's not a waste, it's a resource. So we can make chitosan, then collagen out of fish waste, and even the bones can be used for natural calcium, then the scales for glue, and a lot of, actually we can do a lot of things, but then the collection of waste should be done in a proper way. Now here they just throw it into the same bin or whatever it is, and also dogs, cats, everybody is handling that waste, and it's taken to different places and polluting the environment. So I think in a fish market, collection of waste should be handled properly. And then the mariculture. Mariculture, we are not thinking about it. We are surrounded by the sea. Okay? So other countries where they don't have this, they are really, whatever the little things they have, they are doing a lot of things. But in Sri Lanka, we are always ignoring what we have, and we try to sell everything without even value addition. Now, for example, the crab shells, dried crab shells are sold to China. It's the best source for chitosan. Chitosan actually is a very important chemical. It's used for food industry, it's used for nanotechnology, it has a lot of users in this country. And the seaweed farming. We can do seaweed farming, we have to find the proper places, and also if it is, even we can culture them in tanks or ponds. Okay? So we did some seaweed farming, but we just dried it and sent it abroad for value addition. We are not doing any value addition in Sri Lanka, no carrageenan extraction, we are not doing anything. So I think we have to now think about the value addition. And also, I think we have to have a separate institute for oceanographic studies, to study the ocean, the resources, and then how to really use these resources in a sustainable manner. So we have a lot of good scientists in Sri Lanka, we have the resources, but we don't have the money to buy the equipment to do research. Once we do our PhDs abroad, we come back, and then we come to a situation that we have to use the utensils available in the kitchen to do the research, because we don't have the sophisticated instruments to do that. So I think we must take the loans not to develop buildings, but to bring the most important equipment, to have well-equipped laboratories, standard laboratories. For example, now in Norochole, the coal analysis is done by a company which is recommended by the coal supplier. And the analysis is also not done properly. When we asked, ITI doesn't have the facilities to analyze the coal. Why can't we equip ITI to do that? Okay? So I think these are the things we have to think. I think the government should take steps to have a proper marine research institute. NARA is there, but I don't think NARA has certain facilities. There are certain facilities not utilized up to the expected levels, but to explore the ocean resources, we have to have a well-equipped research vessel. There are scientists trained. Now, I have been from University of Runa. We are training undergraduates. I am happy that MEPA, NARA, NACDA, we have our graduates. But the thing is, they can't really implement what they have learned because there are no facilities for them to do it. With the limited facilities they have done some research, but there is no funds to go beyond that, actually to commercialize it. So that sort of things have to be actually considered if we want to develop this country without going with the begging bowl to different countries. Everybody is interested about Sri Lanka because they know the value of the resources we have. Even the fishery industry, when we present our work at the tuna conference, they are surprised about the boats we have. Are you using these boats to catch tuna? Because we have only 50 footers. When other countries are using large ships, factory vessels, to catch the fish and process the fish at the sea. Okay? So I think we have to really think in a different way. Now the tuna fish, with the climate change, tuna will migrate to temperate regions. They will have fish. They would like the climate change. When the tuna is having a temperature tolerance range, when it exceeds in the tropics, they will go to temperate regions. So they are making money, we are losing. So it's high time think of culturing tuna, temperature tolerant species in our waters, to enhance the populations here. So there are many things we can do, but unfortunately, we are not heard by anybody. We have been trained under scholarships, given as aid to this country. Now I am retired. After retirement, we are staying at home. No one is using our knowledge. Maybe we can't physically work, but at least we can advise the younger people to do something important to this country. We are not using the resources in a sustainable manner. I think it's high time Sri Lanka think about these things because we have the best scientists. If we go abroad, gold medalists, the distinction, the people with greatest distinctions, all are coming from Sri Lanka. But in Sri Lanka, we don't have scientists to do anything. So I think this is high time that we get together. And next year, I hope that MEPA will have more work on mariculture and then marine resource utilization, sustainable utilization of marine resources, more papers on those. Because I think we should not go begging all the time. Thank you, and I thank the organizers of this conference for asking me to chair this session, and I enjoyed it. There are certain deficiencies in certain papers, but still, I think we are learning every day. So all the comments given are given with good faith. Actually, there is one? No. This one. Yes, I missed that. There is one more paper. It's on growth rate and carrageen and yield of Capophycus alvesi, cultivated in floating cages and rafts in Dondra Bay, Sri Lanka. I'm sorry, I really missed that paper. It's presented by MDP Chandrasena, S.A. Hettiarachchi. It's also is a Zoom presentation.
Can you, Mr. Chandrasena or Mr. Hettiarachchi?
Or Dr. Radampala.
Or Dr. Radampala, anyone of the presenters? Can you hear us? They're not there?
They are not responding.
No, so they're not responding. So
okay then. So that is the end. So I must thank the organizers for inviting me, and also I think we had a very good day. Thank you very much, and
thank you.
Have a good day.
Then Ashan Karunananda for presenting economic empowerment of local communities related to marine and coastal ecosystems. Thank you, Professor. I would like to invite Dr. Turney Pradeep Kumara. Dr. Turney and Ms. Posita Vijayanayaka, Executive Director of Like and Trust, to present the mementos for the eminent panelists. And Ms. Thalata Ranasinghe. So we will start with the last panel. So first to award to Professor Ruchira for chairing the panel. Thank you very much, Professor Ruchira Kumaratunga. Dr. Gamampila. We would like the panel to remain for the to present for the panelists who chaired the second session, Dr. Tusita Sugutapala. For chairing the session on shipping and marine pollution. Dr. Deep Tamaratunga from NARA. Yep, so we are done with the technical sessions. I would like to invite Ms. Thalata Ranasinghe again back here to deliver the vote of thanks for today's. Or should we do it tomorrow? Just a few words probably for the today's panelists.
Good evening to all of you. Actually today we are very happy. Today we have done very fruitful program. We have the scientific, I think more than 15 scientific research papers were discussed, and I think the program was very successful today program, and Minister and the Secretary of Ministry of Urban Development and Housing and our Chairman and all of our guest invitees participated, and they were given very support, and the program were very enlightened of their presence here today. And I think I have to thank all of you and Professor Ruchira and Dr. Kotakama and all the professors and all the scientists and all of you, I think have done very big cooperation with us, and thank you very much for all of you, and we will meet tomorrow to 2 p.m. Tomorrow, and I invite to all of you for the tomorrow's program. Thank you very much.